Chapter 104. The man jumped down from the tractor and quickly ran up to grab her wrist. He shouted in dialect, "Kang Lauer, come out quickly. The wife that Wang Fugue bought ran away. Come out quickly and catch her. Let go of me." Xia Dong grabbed the man's wrist and threw him over her shoulder. Xia Dong held her stomach and started to run. Before she could run 2 steps, she heard the courtyard door open. She turned her head and saw a group of people running out with ropes and sticks. They were chasing after her. She gritted her teeth and increased her speed. If it was any other time, she would definitely be able to shake off this group of people with her speed. However, she was pregnant now and did not dare to run too fast. After running for a few hundred meters, she was surrounded by the group of people. "Why are you running? No matter how fast you run, you can't run out of our village. Let me tell you, you can forget about going out for the rest of your life. Just obediently live with Wang Fugue." The man who drove the tractor followed her and surrounded her. He held his sore cheek and said in broken Mandarin, "What do you mean? Who is Wang Fugue? Why should I live with him?" Xia Dong asked as she quietly looked around. There were a total of 3 men and 2 women surrounding her. They were all holding ropes and sticks in their hands. It seemed that if she resisted, they would hit her head with the sticks. "Wang Fugue, the man who bought you. You are now his wife." Xia Dong's body stiffened. "You mean, I was kidnapped? My sister-in-law and I were also abducted by human traffickers. The men here couldn't get a wife, so they finally bought one. They treat their wives well. Don't worry, Wang Fugue is famous in the village for being an honest man. He will definitely treat you well." Xia Dong's mind was buzzing. She did not hear what the woman said. When she came back to her senses, her hands were already tied. The tall woman was still comforting her. "Sister, don't be sad. At first, I couldn't accept it and ran away a few times. My second brother never hit me once and even begged me to live with him. In the end, my heart died and I gave birth to a fat boy for him. Look, we are living well now." Xia Dong shook her head. "No, big sister, listen to me. I can't stay here. I still have family in a city," and, before she could say the word child, she was interrupted by the woman. "Who doesn't have family? We all have family members who were kidnapped and sold here, but aren't husbands and children family members? When you think it through, Wang Fugue will definitely take you home to see your family." Xia Dong lowered her voice and begged her, "Big sister, I beg you. Save me. I really can't stay here. Hey, sister, don't blame me for being ruthless. I've been through it too. I understand your pain, but I can't help you. Most of the men in this village are single. It's not easy to buy a wife. If I really let you go, I'll become the enemy of the entire village. My husband will beat me to death." Xia Dong still wanted to say something, but the woman pushed her directly in front of Kang Lauer. "Lauer, you, Lauer, and Li Dazhu send this girl to Wang Fugue's house. I won't go. I'm afraid I'll be soft-hearted if she begs me." Li Dazhu was the man who drove the tractor. Xia Dong was pushed forward by 2 men by her arms. She did not give up and turned back to shout, Big sister, I beg you. Help me." The woman turned her back to her and silently returned to her courtyard. Looking at the familiar path under her feet and the familiar simple courtyard in front of her, Xia Dong almost lost all hope. But when she thought of the child in her belly and Xiao Guai and Xiao Bao who were thousands of miles away, she became determined again. She must escape. From the woman's words, she analyzed that the whole village accepted the abduction of women. Without a map and a detailed plan, even if she escaped from Wang Fugue's house, she would not be able to escape the village. Wang Fugue was knocked unconscious by Xia Dong and had not yet woken up. The old lady found that the daughter-in-law she bought was missing. She was so anxious that she jumped. Just as she called a few neighbors to go out and look for her, her daughter-in-law was sent back and thanked her gratefully. It's a blind date in the village. Don't thank me. Granny Fong, watch her closely in the future. Don't let her run away again. Kong Lao reminded her and helped Granny Fong lock Xia Dong in the room. Granny Fong thanked them again and brought out the tea she brewed. The three of them sat in the courtyard and chatted. As they chatted, Wang Fugue woke up. He heard that his daughter-in-law had run away and stopped Li Daju's tractor. Li Daju called the Kong brothers to catch her and thanked them profusely. Li Daju smiled despite the pain from the fall. Fugue, that daughter-in-law of yours is quite strong. Be careful and don't get hit by her. Look at my injury. It was caused by her. Kong Lao sighed. Didn't the slave trader say that there was something wrong with her head? I think she must have fallen ill. The people outside were chatting in a language that Xia Dong did not understand. She sat at the head of the bed and felt that something was wrong with her body. It was as if there were thousands of little insects gnawing on her flesh and bone marrow. It was itchy and painful. Her hands and feet began to tremble, and her whole body trembled. Her eyes were sore, and her nose was itchy and spicy. Tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes, and mucus flowed from her nose like clear water. There was no tissue in the room, so she could only use her sleeves to wipe her tears and mucus. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not wipe them clean. Her body was itchy, painful, and numb. She hugged her head and screamed in pain. Ah, it's so uncomfortable, she lay on the bed in pain. She wanted to roll around to relieve the pain, but there was still a trace of consciousness in her mind. She could not hurt her child. She absolutely could not. Ah, it hurts. Xia Dong's fingers clenched the bedboard tightly as she endured the bone-chilling pain. Her head began to spin, and her vision began to blur. However, the pain and discomfort in her body became clearer. The pain in her limbs and bones were transmitted to her mind. Painful screams kept coming out of the room. Wang Fugue jumped up from the stool. He wanted to go into the room to take a look, but Granny Fong stopped him. That woman is full of tricks. She must be trying to coax you again. You're not allowed to go. Mother, the slave said that she has a mental illness. What if she has a relapse? Mother, just let me go in and take a look. Kong Lao said, Granny Fong, Fugue is right. I heard her scream so miserably. Maybe she really has a relapse. Li Daju said, yes, Granny Fong. Ask Fugue to open the door. We will go in together. Even if she plays tricks, we won't be afraid. Granny Fong thought about it and agreed. What if something happened to the daughter-in-law that she had bought with great difficulty? It was better to go in and take a look. The door opened, and the five of them went in together. Some of them were holding sticks, while others were holding ropes. Xia Dong, who was lying on the bed, was in so much pain that she was sweating profusely. Her whole body was trembling, and her hands and feet were beginning to spasm and twitch. Li Daju slapped his thigh. Oh no, Fugue. It seems that your wife is really sick. Hurry up and find the thing that the slave gave you. Okay. Wang Fugue was an honest man. When he heard this, he ran out in a hurry. After a while, he came back with a small metal box. Hurry up, take the thing out. Wang Fugue opened the metal box. There were 10 small medicine bottles and 10 disposable syringes inside. He scratched his head anxiously. This thing, I don't know how to do it. Don't panic, I know how to use it. I used to give my mother an injection before. Kong Lao squatted down and took a disposable syringe. He inserted it into the small medicine bottle and absorbed all the medicine in the bottle into the syringe. Then, he asked someone to lift Xia Dong's sleeve and slowly inject the medicine into her body. Xia Dong's body was so uncomfortable that it was about to explode. In a daze, she heard someone come in. Then, she felt a sharp pain in her arm, and a cold liquid flowed into her body. Xia Dong felt her hearing and vision become blurry. beautiful flowers bloomed in her mind. In the beautiful wilderness, she ran hand in hand with the children. The scene changed to her and Mika Kito sitting side by side on the beach in Hokkaido. His smile was so gentle and charming that she laughed along with him. She heard the sound of the tide crashing on the beach. After some time, the person sitting beside her turned into Bailey Han. Bailey Han looked at her coldly. He called her a liar. She felt terrible, so she squatted on the ground and sobbed. Suddenly, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her body. A gentle voice called her name, Xia Xia, Xia Xia. Wang Fugue and the others gathered around the bed. They saw that Xia Dong's face was abnormally red. She closed her eyes and laughed one moment and cried the next. Wang Fugue said worriedly, "Why do I feel that she's even crazier after giving her the injection?" Li Dazhu patted him on the shoulder. Ren Yako said that this is the only medicine that can cure her madness. Don't worry. Let's wait a little longer. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Xia Dong finally calmed down. She didn't cry or laugh and fell into a deep sleep. Okay, everything's fine now. Wang Fugue heaved a sigh of relief and thanked the three of them. 3 p.m. in the study. Mika Kito sat on the sofa. His handsome face was as cold as 1,000-year-old ice. He exuded a powerful aura that made the people around him shiver. Bailey Han, who was sitting opposite him, didn't look any better. He looked like the black-faced god, full of murderous intent. Mika Kito stared at Jiang Dao maliciously. What are you guys doing? It's been 36 hours and you still haven't found Xia Xia's whereabouts. Jiang Dao bowed deeply. I'm sorry for my incompetence. Please punish me, boss. We'll talk about the punishment later. The most important thing now is to find Xia Xia. Mika Kito pursed his thin lips and his eyes emitted a terrifying light. We have to find her at all costs. Our brothers have split into 2 groups and are scattered in the 2 provinces. They've obtained the road surveillance cameras along the way and are analyzing and tracking the suspicious vehicles. At this moment, Bailey Han received a call. After ending the call, he said with a sullen face, "Good news. The Transportation Bureau of the 2 provinces I'm in charge of, one of them, Province S, has sent news. From 9 p.m., the day before yesterday to 5 a.m., yesterday, a total of more than 500 cars with City A license plates entered their province. They used the elimination method and finally locked onto these 2 cars as suspects. Attention, Songshu 566. Chapter 105. Bailey Han connected the photos he received on his phone to the computer. There were 2 high-end sports cars, one a Ferrari and the other a Land Rover. Mika Kito carefully observed the 2 photos, then pointed to the Land Rover and said, "I think it's more likely to be this car. The back of this Land Rover is more spacious. If the kidnappers put Xia Xia in it, it would be more suitable." "I agree with you," Bailey Han said in a deep voice. So, I have already asked them to focus on this Land Rover. Tracking the kidnappers was a race against time. On the other side, when Xia Dong woke up, it was already night time. There was no light in the room, so it was dark. Looking up at the ceiling, she could see the starlight shining through the cracks of the tiles. Her body was wet as if she had just been fished out of the water. Her face was also sticky. She wanted to take a bath in disgust, but when she got out of bed, she realized that she was trapped in a small farmhouse. Her body was still a little sore and her head was a little dizzy. She felt that something was wrong. She still remembered the pain of hundreds of insects biting her heart before she fainted. Was there something wrong with her body? The door creaked open. Wang Fugue walked in with a wooden stick in one hand to prevent her from escaping and a bowl of rice in the other. "Honey, you're awake. How do you feel? Are you still feeling unwell?" He put down the bowl of rice, found the switch on the wall, and turned on the light. Xia Dong couldn't understand his words, but she could see the worried expression on his face. She held her forehead with one hand and showed a pained expression. Holding on to a glimmer of hope, she said, I have a headache and I'm not feeling well. Can you find someone who can understand me? Do you have a headache? Wang Fugue couldn't understand her words, but he could see her movements. He was so anxious that he jumped up and down. Suddenly, he slapped his head and said, How could I forget? I can't understand city dialect, but Eiko can. Wife, don't worry, I'll be right back. Wang Fugue ran away after saying that, not forgetting to lock the door before he left. Just as Xia Dong was guessing his actions, he suddenly ran back with a young girl in her early 20s. The girl had a long ponytail and was wearing a white t-shirt and a pair of washed-out jeans. She smiled shyly at Xia Dong and said, Second aunt, my name is Eiko. Wang Fugue is my second uncle. Xia Dong stared at her with wide eyes. You can speak Mandarin? Eiko nodded shyly. Yes, I went to high school. Why didn't you continue reading? Eiko lowered her head. My family had no money, and my father was sick, so I dropped out of school. Wang Fugue saw that they were chatting and hurriedly nudged Eiko. Eiko, ask your second aunt where she's feeling unwell. Eiko then remembered the main reason why her second uncle had dragged her over. She hurriedly asked, Second aunt, where are you feeling unwell? Xia Dong didn't answer her question. Instead, she asked, Eiko, I suddenly felt unwell in the afternoon. Later, I remember that your second uncle and the rest came in. They seemed to have injected me with some medicine, and I fainted after that. Why don't you ask your second uncle what kind of drug he injected me with? Eiko nodded and turned to Wang Fugue. She repeated Xia Dong's words in Mandarin. Wang Fugue told Eiko everything that the human trafficker said, and Eiko repeated it to Xia Dong in Mandarin. Second aunt, my second uncle said that the human trafficker said that you were from the city and had always been crazy. Our family despised you, so they didn't want to raise you. That's why the human trafficker brought you to our village. When the human trafficker sold you to second uncle, he left behind a box of medicine. He said that if you fell ill, second uncle could inject you with it, and your illness would get better. Xia Dong's face turned pale. What are the symptoms of the crazy illness that the human trafficker mentioned? Eiko translated Wang Fugue's words. The human trafficker said that when you fell ill, your whole body would convulse, and you would cry and have snot running down your nose. It would be very painful. Eiko, can I take a look at the medicine that your second uncle mentioned? Xia Dong's heart thumped. She was certain that she wasn't crazy, but what exactly was wrong with her body? Did the kidnappers do something to her? Eiko turned to ask Wang Fugue. Wang Fugue nodded and quickly returned with a small metal box. After opening the box, Xia Dong saw that there were 9 medicine bottles neatly arranged. Beside them were 9 disposable syringes. There were no labels on the medicine bottles, so she didn't know the name of the medicine, let alone its composition. Xia Dong had a bad feeling, but now wasn't the time to worry. The most important thing now was to escape from this mountain village. She closed the metal box and asked Eiko, Eiko, can you tell me where we are? Eiko said, the village we live in is called Chiligo. It's under the jurisdiction of L City. L City. Xia Dong knew this place. It was more than 500 kilometers away from a city and was under the jurisdiction of another province, S province. The kidnappers had abducted and sold her to another province. Xia Dong's fingernails were deeply embedded in her palms. Her face was pale, and she forced a smile. Eiko, I'm bored here alone. If you're free, can you come and chat with me? Eiko nodded. Of course, second aunt. My second uncle is a good person. Don't worry, he'll be good to you. Eiko, I can't accept it now. Give me some time. Let me calm down for 2 days, okay? Xia Dong knew that no matter what she said, Eiko would only persuade her to accept her fate. Therefore, she had to pretend to be resigned to her fate to win their trust, and then find a way to escape. Okay. Eiko nodded and told Wang Fugue the situation in dialect. Wang Fugue glanced at Xia Dong, who was a little uneasy. After hesitating for a long time, he nodded and turned to walk out of the room. Eiko said with a smile, "Second aunt, don't worry. My second uncle won't be staying here for the next 2 days." Xia Dong held her hand. "Eiko, thank you. Can you stay with me tonight?" "Okay, second aunt. Eat first. The food is getting cold. I'll go home and tell my mother." "I'll be right there." After Eiko left, Xia Dong brought over the rice bowl on the wooden table. Dinner was rice, cabbage, and white meat. Although it didn't look good, it tasted good. Xia Dong finished it quickly. Eiko came back with a blanket and pillow. She said as she made the bed, "Second aunt, where are you from?" Xia Dong smiled. "I'm from a city." "Eiko, have you seen the trafficker who abducted me?" Eiko shook her head apologetically. "No, I just came back from outside today. At that time, my second uncle had already bought you." She suddenly realized that she had said something she shouldn't have said and hurriedly said, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned it again." Xia Dong smiled bitterly. "It's okay. I've already accepted it." "Eiko, you're not in the village right now? What are you doing outside?" Eiko smiled shyly. "I haven't even graduated from high school. What else can I do? I'm working in a restaurant in a city. If it weren't for my father's illness, I might still be working in the restaurant." Xia Dong pointed at her jeans pocket and smiled. "When you were making the bed just now, I saw the English vocabulary card in your butt pocket. I can see that you're a hard-working person. Eiko, believe me. One day, you'll realize your dream." Eiko blushed in embarrassment. "They all laughed at me for not knowing myself. Second aunt, you're the first person to encourage me." Xia Dong blinked. How can a swallow know the ambition of a swan? The people who laugh at you don't have dreams, so they're jealous of you who have dreams. Eiko chuckled. She tilted her head and looked at her. She mustered up her courage and asked, "Second aunt, I think you know a lot of things. How did you get that kind of illness? Did your family really abandon you?" Xia Dong looked into her eyes and said seriously, "Eiko, if I told you that I'm not sick, that my family didn't abandon me, and that I was kidnapped and sold to 7 Mile Gully, would you believe me?" Eiko was shocked. She avoided her gaze in a panic. "No, I don't know." Xia Dong reached out and held her shoulders. She forced her to look into her eyes and said slowly, "Eiko, don't call me second aunt. My name is Xia Dong. I'm from City A, and I'm the editor-in-chief of Charm magazine." Eiko's eyes shone with disbelief. She asked in a daze, "You're really the editor-in-chief of Charm magazine?" Xia Dong nodded solemnly. "It's the real deal." Eiko murmured, "I watch TV. I heard that the donation for Yutong Elementary School was initiated by the editor-in-chief of Charm magazine. Was it you?" Xia Dong's eyes lit up. "It was me. You know about this event too?" Eiko nodded fiercely, her face full of admiration. "You don't know how successful that event was. Even many of our restaurant's employees donated. I also donated. At that time, I really admired you. I didn't expect to see you one day, in this way. I didn't expect to see you either." Xia Dong smiled bitterly. Eiko grabbed her hand. "Second aunt, oh, no, Chief Editor Xia, were you really kidnapped?" Xia Dong nodded and told her what happened that night in detail. Finally, she looked into her eyes and said seriously, "Eiko, can you help me?" Eiko bit her lip. "You want me to help you escape?" "That's right. Will you help me?" Xia Dong looked at her eagerly. "No, you can't." Ingzi pushed her hand away in panic. She was about to cry. "Chief Editor Xia, I like you very much and I admire you very much. But I'm sorry, I can't help you." "Why can't you help me?" can you tell me the reason? Because second uncle is my family's benefactor. Eiko's eyes were red and her voice was choked with sobs. When I was in high school, my father fell seriously ill. In order to treat him, I dropped out of school and went to work, but the money I earned was not enough. It was second uncle who took out the money he used to get a wife to treat my father's illness. If he didn't do that, he wouldn't have been single for so long. Chief Editor Xia, you were bought by second uncle with the money of 2 white pigs. If I help you escape, then second uncle will really lose everything. Eiko, listen to me. Xia Dong looked at her and said seriously, I won't let your second uncle's money go to waste. I can introduce him to jobs so that he can earn more money to get a wife. I can also introduce you to jobs to treat your father's illness. If you want to continue studying, I can arrange for you to continue studying. Believe me, even if I escape, I won't let you suffer. I will change your living conditions. But. Eiko stammered, not knowing what to say. But what? You don't believe me? Add, Songshu 566. Chapter 106. No. If you're really Chief Editor Xia, I'll definitely believe you. Xia Dong rubbed her nose and smiled bitterly. You're right. I don't have anything to prove my identity, so it's only right that you don't believe me. Eiko, tell me. If what I said is true, are you willing to help me? Eiko bit her lip and hesitated. Xia Dong's offer was very tempting. Xia Dong wasn't in a hurry to get an answer. She patted the back of her hand and said, think about it first. Tell me your answer tomorrow. Eiko nodded. Xia Dong smiled and changed the topic. She talked about many interesting things that happened when she was in university and her struggles in Japan. In the end, she looked at Eiko and said meaningfully, Eiko, a person's fate is in their own hands. What you lack is an opportunity. Eiko understood what she meant. Her originally heavy heart became heavier. She was in a dilemma and was in a dilemma. The next day, when Xia Dong woke up, Eiko had already left. She sighed. Was it still not possible? Eiko didn't want to agree. It seemed that she had to continue working hard. There were no toiletries in the room. Xia Dong felt that she was going to die of filth. The door suddenly opened. Eiko walked in with a smile on her face. She carried a basin, towel, soap, toothpaste, toothbrush, and other items. Chief Editor Xia, I got some water for you. I bought the toothbrush and towel at the village entrance. Xia Dong smiled brightly. Thank you. After washing up, Wang Fugue brought breakfast. It was steamed buns and porridge. Eiko accompanied her to finish breakfast and said softly, Chief Editor Xia, it's not that I don't believe you. I just want to be more cautious. Do you have any way to prove your identity? Xia Dong was overjoyed. It seemed that Eiko was persuaded by her. She thought for a moment and said, I'll tell you the phone number of the magazine. You can call it and say that you're Yisiki, the editor-in-chief's good friend, and you're looking for the editor-in-chief's assistant, Lilith. When Lilith answers the phone, you can ask whatever questions you want to ask to prove my identity. Xia Dong added, Eiko, I have a favor to ask of you. Don't tell anyone about my disappearance. Xia Dong guessed that with Bai Tangshan's style of doing things, after she disappeared, he would definitely think of a way to cover up this matter. Then, her colleagues in the company wouldn't know about her disappearance, and she would continue to hide it, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Eiko rubbed her fingers and hesitated for a while before continuing, If I prove your identity, what should I do to help you without harming my uncle? It was illegal to buy and sell women, so Eiko had to consider the issue of protecting her uncle. Xia Dong had already thought of a way. She said, after you prove my identity, you don't have to call the police. Just call my friend and tell him my specific location. Ask him to come and find me alone. Also, help me pass a message to him. Just say, Xia is fine. Don't worry. Xia misses the babies and brother Shen. As long as you say this, he will know it's me. Eiko quickly took out a pen and paper and wrote down everything Xia Dong said, including the 2 phone numbers. Eiko carefully put the note in her pocket and said, only Li Daju's house has a phone in the village, but Li Daju can speak Mandarin. If we don't want him to find out about us, we have to go to town. Chief Editor Xia, I'll go to town in a while and will probably be back in the evening. Don't worry, I've already talked to my uncle. He won't come and disturb you. Okay, Eiko, be careful. Don't let anyone find out about us. Xia Dong knew that the people in this village liked to help each other. If one person found out about their plan, the whole village would soon find out, and their plan would fail. Xia Dong had nothing to do. Lying on the bed, she touched her flat stomach and waited for Eiko to come back. On the other side, Bai Tangshen and Bai Lihan had just received news from S province that the Land Rover was very suspicious. There was once a witness who saw 2 people carrying a big black bag into the car. However, the Transportation Bureau's tracking of the Land Rover was also cut off because the Land Rover had been abandoned on the road out of S province's provincial capital. After investigation, it was confirmed that the Land Rover was also a stolen vehicle. There were no clues in the car, not even a strand of hair. The kidnappers are very cautious. Bai Lihan rubbed his eyebrows. This is a well-planned kidnapping. The kidnappers didn't ask for a ransom. What are they trying to do? If they wanted Xia Dong's life, they wouldn't have taken the risk and brought her so far away. This meant that Xia Dong was still safe for the time being. Mika Kito's face was very ugly, and her eyes were burning with anger. No matter what they are trying to do, once I catch them, I'll make them beg for death. Bai Lihan walked to the desk. There was a large map on the desk. He pointed at a place and said, the Land Rover was abandoned here. This route leads to 4 cities. The kidnappers keep giving us multiple choices. Mika Kito gritted her teeth. Jiang Dao, inform our brothers in the other 2 provinces to hurry to these 4 cities. The search area has been narrowed down. I don't believe that we can't find Xia. There's no need for that. Leave these 2 cities to me. Bai Lihan pointed at 2 of the cities. I plan to go to the capital of S province. It's closer to the 4 cities. Once there's news, we can get to Xia faster. Mika Kito didn't stand on ceremony. The most important thing now was to find Xia's whereabouts. The longer Xia stayed outside, the more dangerous it would be. Bai Lihan looked at Mika Kito. I'll go with you. Bai Tangshen originally wanted to refuse, but when he saw Bai Lihan's dark eyes that didn't allow him to refuse, he changed his mind. Bai Lihan had connections in S province, and if there were any accidents, he could still help. They boarded Bai Lihan's private jet and arrived at the capital of S province in 2 hours. As soon as they got off the plane, Mika Kito received a call from an unknown number. After listening to the words on the other side of the phone, Bai Tangshen froze in his steps. His face revealed an ecstatic expression as he excitedly said, please tell me her specific location. A clear female voice came from the other end of the line. L City, 7 Mile Gully. Chief Editor Xia asked you not to call the police. Okay, I got it. Thank you very much. Mika Kito hung up the phone. She was so excited that her eyes turned red. Bai Lihan looked at her deeply. Do you have news about Xia Dong? Yes, she's in L City. After Mika Kito said this, she immediately contacted Jiang Dao and asked him to gather his men in the other 3 cities. His men in L City would stay in the city and wait for his orders. L City was a small city. There was no airport, so the plane couldn't land. Bai Lihan and Mika Kito had to drive there. They rushed there as fast as they could. It was already about 4:00 in the afternoon. By the time they arrived at 7 Mile Gully, it was already past 8:00 in the evening. At this time, Xia Dong and Eiko were chatting in bed. Eiko said, Chief Editor Xia, I called your friend at noon and told her our address. Xia Dong hugged her. Eiko, thank you for your hard work. Don't worry. I won't let you down. I will help you change the situation at home. Eiko nodded. I know. I believe in you. Chief Editor Xia, can you tell me more about your university life? I'm very curious. Okay. Xia Dong smiled and told her about her university life. She listened carefully, her eyes shining with envy and longing. After an unknown period of time, Xia Dong began to feel uncomfortable. What happened yesterday afternoon happened again. Her whole body was itchy and painful. She clenched her teeth and tried to control it, but she couldn't. Her body began to tremble, and her hands and feet trembled like a patient suffering from epilepsy. Eiko was shocked. Chief Editor Xia, what's wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable? I feel so uncomfortable. Xia Dong groaned in pain. Her eyes and nose began to secrete liquid again. She felt so uncomfortable that she wanted to bang her head against the wall. She clasped her fingers tightly on the bedboard to prevent herself from rolling around and hurting the child. Chief Editor Xia, don't scare me. What's wrong with you? Eiko looked at her uncomfortable face and didn't know what to do. She could only help her hold her body down and stop her from moving around. Zi, find a rope, tie me up. Xia Dong couldn't hold on any longer. Her vision began to blur, but her mind was still clear. She wanted to protect the child. She had to tie her hands and feet so that she wouldn't move around. Eiko was shocked by her painful voice. She suddenly remembered that second uncle still had the medicine. She quickly said, don't worry, Chief Editor Xia. I'll go find my second uncle right away. No, don't give me the injection. Xia Dong was anxious and in pain. Her illness came in a strange way, and the injection was even stranger. She couldn't give the injection before she was sure that the injection wouldn't harm the child. Eiko was so anxious that she cried. Chief Editor Xia, don't force yourself. You're so pale now. Wait a minute, I'll call my second uncle right away. No. Don't. Xia Dong reached out and wanted to pull her, but she broke free of her hand. She ran to the door and knocked hard on it. Second uncle, open the door. Second aunt is sick. Second uncle. Wang Fugue heard Eiko's cries. He didn't even have time to put on his clothes. He ran over half naked with a small metal box in his hand. He opened the door with a bang and found that Xia Dong was in so much pain that her face was pale. He was shocked at first, but then he quickly opened the small metal box and scratched his head anxiously. Eiko, second uncle doesn't know how to do it. I'll do it. Eiko gritted her teeth. She had never injected anyone before, but she had seen the nurse do it for her father. She took the syringe and sucked the medicine into the syringe. She squeezed out the air inside and walked in front of Xia Dong. She lifted her arm and wanted to inject her. Xia Dong shook her head in pain. No. Don't, Eiko gritted her teeth. Chief Editor Xia, don't be afraid. It'll be over soon. She lifted her arm and slowly pressed the syringe down. The liquid inside was slowly injected into Xia Dong's body. She gradually calmed down. Eiko let out a long sigh of relief. Just as her heart returned to her stomach, Xia Dong suddenly started laughing. She closed her eyes and had a happy expression on her face. She laughed very loudly and shouted, Fly, Chief Editor Xia, what's wrong? Are you okay? Eiko quickly put down the syringe and went forward to shake her arm. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps was heard. In the next second, the door was kicked open. Two tall men strode in, followed by several men in black suits. Ad Hongcha 866. Chapter 107. Wang Fugue was shocked. He picked up a small stool from the ground and stood in front of them. Who are you? Eiko was stunned for a moment before she reacted and asked in Mandarin, are you Chief Editor Xia's friends? Mika Kito nodded. I received your call today. Is she here? I heard her laughter. Yes, Chief Editor Xia is here. Eiko quickly pulled Wang Fugue over and pointed to the bed. My uncle is not a bad person. Please don't make things difficult for him. The moment he saw Xia Dong, Mika Kito was no longer in the mood to deal with anyone. He just nodded and strode to the bed. Bailey Han stood beside the bed almost at the same time as him. Mika Kito did not hesitate and directly hugged Xia Dong in his arms. Xia, I'm here to pick you up. Xia Dong giggled. Her eyes were blurred, as if she was immersed in her own world. She pointed to the ceiling and muttered to herself, flowers, so many flowers. Mika Kito was shocked. Xia, what's wrong with you? Look at me. Bailey Han's heart, which had already fallen into his chest, suddenly rose. His expression became very ugly, and his sharp eyes quickly fell on Wang Fugue and Eiko. What did you do to her? Seeing the two of them, Wang Fugue guessed that they were Xia Dong's relatives. He was extremely dejected. Moreover, he did not understand Mandarin, so he could only stare at them. Eiko quickly explained, we didn't do anything. Chief Editor Xia just fell ill. I injected her with some medicine, but I didn't expect her to become like this. Bailey Han's eyes were cold. He took a few steps forward and stared at Eiko. What do you mean by falling ill? Xia Dong is not sick at all. What medicine did you inject into her? Eiko was frightened by his strong aura and took 2 steps back. She trembled as she picked up the medicine bottle in the metal box and said, This was left behind by a human trafficker. He said that he injected Chief Editor Xia when she fell ill. Bailey Han picked up the medicine bottle and looked at it carefully. He did not find any clues, but he had a vague guess. Mika Kito comforted Xia Dong for a long time, but Xia Dong did not get better, so he turned his attention to them. Bailey Han handed the medicine bottle to him with a frighteningly gloomy face. I hope you are not like what I guessed. Mika Kito looked at the medicine bottle and then looked at Xia Dong's reaction. His face became as ugly as Bailey Han's. After a while, he squeezed out 2 words, Lei Feng. His voice was so low that only the 2 of them could hear it. The 2 of them looked at each other without saying a word. Their eyes were full of anger. Xia Dong suddenly laughed out loud. The 2 of them looked at her with pity in their eyes. However, Bailey Han held back, while Mika Kito grabbed Xia Dong's hand without hesitation to prevent her from hurting herself. Wang Fugue looked over and wanted to go forward, but he was stopped by the people brought by Mika Kito. Eiko quickly pulled him back. Second uncle, they are second aunts, oh no, Chief Editor Xia's friends. Let's go out first. Wang Fugue sighed. As he walked out, he turned back to look at Xia Dong. Eiko grabbed his arm and dragged him out. After about half an hour, Xia Dong slowly woke up. She opened her eyes and saw Mika Kito with a worried face. She looked up slowly and saw the expressionless Bailey Han. She said softly, Brother Shen, Mr. Bailey. Bailey Han could immediately tell how close she was to them from the way she addressed them. He felt a little uncomfortable. Mika Kito pulled her into his arms. Xia, I'm glad you're okay. Bailey Han looked at them and felt that they were an eyesore. He turned around and walked out of the room. When he walked out to the courtyard, Su Yunxian called. Han, why aren't you home? I wanted to spend a beautiful night with you. Su Yunxian was so excited that she wanted to jump up and down whenever she thought about Xia Dong being sold to a poor village, getting addicted to drugs, and even giving birth to a deformed child. She was in such a good mood that she wanted to look for Bailey Han to celebrate with him. However, when she went to his villa, he was nowhere to be found. Bailey Han rubbed his eyebrows and said softly, I was on a business trip. I left in a hurry, so I didn't inform you. It's okay. You should rest early. Don't tire yourself out. Su Yunxian was in a good mood, so naturally, she was easy to talk to. Okay, you should rest early too. Bailey Han hung up the phone and stood in the small courtyard. He frowned slightly. Who on earth wanted to harm Xia Dong and make her addicted to drugs? He pinched the space between his eyebrows. Drug addiction? How should he get her to quit? In the room, Xia Dong leaned against the pillow weakly. She smiled faintly and said, Brother Shen, you came so quickly. Eiko just called you in the afternoon and you're already here in the evening. Mika Keto stroked her hair. The man who had always been resolute actually had red eyes. I'm sorry, Xia. I didn't protect you well. Xia Dong shook her head. Brother Shen, it's not your fault. I was the one who let my guard down. Brother Shen, I want to go home. I miss the children. I also miss Auntie and the rest. If they know that I'm missing, they will be very worried. Mika Keto couldn't help but kiss her on the head. You should rest for the night. We'll go home early tomorrow morning. Don't worry, I lied and said that you were on a business trip. I also lied to your company and said that you were sick and asked for leave for you. Xia Dong smiled. Brother Shen, I knew that you would have a way. Xia, are you afraid? Mika Keto stroked her face. Her delicate little face had lost a lot of weight and her chin seemed sharper. I'm not afraid. I know that I will escape. I also know that Brother Shen will think of a way to save me. Mika Keto pulled her into his arms. He wished that he could rub her into his body and make her a part of him. That way, he would never have to worry about her leaving him again. Brother Shen, I want to give the children a call. Okay. Mika Keto placed his phone in her hand. The call went through immediately. It was Xiao Bao's anxious voice. Uncle Shen, is there any news about Mommy? Xia Dong couldn't help but laugh. Bao, it's Mommy. It's so good to hear your voice. Xiao Bao burst into tears. This was the first time that Xia Dong had heard him cry so sadly. Her heart ached for him. She comforted him gently for a long time before he finally stopped crying. He said awkwardly, Mom, I wasn't the one crying just now. It was the children on TV who were crying. I know. The men in our family won't cry. Xia Dong was very considerate of him. Xiao Bao smiled through his tears. Mom, when are you coming back? I'll be back tomorrow. Take good care of Gigai, okay? Okay. Mom, come back quickly. Gigai and I still need you to help us arrange the program. Okay, Mommy knows. It's getting late. Go to bed quickly. If you don't wake up tomorrow morning, Auntie Nanny will spank your little butt. Wow, I've never slept in. Mom, you're the one who sleeps in bed every day. Little brat, don't expose me in front of your Uncle Shen. Uncle Shen won't care. Anyway, Uncle Shen has seen your ugly face. The mother and son bickered for a while more before Xia Dong reluctantly hung up the phone and handed it to Mika Keto. Mika Keto smiled and said gently, Bao is right. I've seen your ugly face, but I don't mind at all. Xia Dong rolled her eyes. Brother Shen, if you continue to embarrass me, I'll find a hole to hide in. Mika Keto patted her head. I won't embarrass you anymore. Otherwise, I'll have to trouble myself to find you. They chatted in the room while Bailey Han went to negotiate with Wang Fugue. Although Wang Fugue was very sad, with Eiko's persuasion, he was able to accept it. Her family had already found her, so what else could he do? He could only agree to let them take her away. After the negotiation, Bailey Han gave Wang Fugue a sum of money. This sum of money was enough for him to buy a few wives. Wang Fugue looked at the money in shock. He trembled for a long time before spitting out a few words. I can't take this money. I only want the money that belongs to me. After listening to Ingzi's translation, Bailey Han's eyes quickly flashed with a touch of appreciation. He said, "Okay, I'll give you the money that belongs to you and give you a job." His construction company lacked such honest and upright employees. Eiko excitedly repeated his words to Wang Fugue in dialect. Wang Fugue was stunned for a moment before he bowed deeply. Bailey Han turned his gaze to Eiko. "You're Eiko?" Eiko nodded fiercely. Bailey Han asked, "Have you ever been to school?" Eiko blushed. "Yes, I have. I haven't graduated from high school yet." "Do you want to go to college?" Eiko said in surprise, "Can I really?" Bailey Han handed her a business card. "When you arrive in City A, you can come to me. I'll arrange it for you. However, you have to study in the second year of high school first and take the college entrance examination with your ability. During your study, all expenses will be paid by me. The condition is that after you graduate, you have to work for me in my company. Is there a problem?" Eiko was so excited that tears came out of her eyes. "No problem, no problem. Thank you, Mr. Bailey." Bailey Han's face was expressionless. "You don't have to thank me. I'm just making a long-term investment. I hope you won't let me down." "Mr. Bailey, I will work hard and won't let you down." Eiko was full of excitement. She vacated the best room in the house, laid out clean sheets and quilts, and nervously asked Bailey Han to stay in it. Although Bailey Han was the son of a rich family, he was not a playboy. He had even slept in caves and deserted islands. Of course, he did not care about the shabbiness of the room. He nodded lightly. On the other side, Wang Fugue also prepared a room for Mika Kito. Mika Kito let her 4 subordinates stay there, and she squeezed on the bed with Xia Dong. Although Xia Dong was a little embarrassed, she did not say anything in consideration of the fact that there were too many people and too few beds. Early the next morning, Xia Dong woke up. Mika Kito was no longer by her side. Xia Dong remembered that she had told him about the agreement between her and Eiko last night and asked him to help deal with it. Perhaps he had gone to deal with it. After she finished washing up, Mika Kito came back. She did not look good. Xia Dong asked, "Brother Shen, what's wrong?" Mika Kito snorted coldly. "Bailey Han beat me to it." "Ah." His face was dark. Bailey Han already settled it last night. He arranged a job for Wang Fugue and said that he would sponsor Eiko's school fees. At this point, he suddenly raised his eyebrows. However, Bailey Han did not know that Eiko's father was sick, so I agreed to treat Eiko's father. His expression was like that of a child who had snatched a piece of candy. Xia Dong could not help but laugh out loud. Beauty novel, Xinwu 799. Chapter 108. After breakfast, they set off. Eiko and Wang Fugue came out to see them off. Granny Fang did not appear, probably because she did not want to see Xia Dong, her daughter-in-law, suddenly fly away. Eiko held Xia Dong's hand reluctantly. Xia Dong smiled and said, "Eiko, remember to look for me when you arrive in a city." "Okay, Chief Editor Xia, I will definitely look for you." "Don't call me Chief Editor Xia anymore. Call me Xia Dong." Xia Dong said a string of numbers and said, "This is my phone number. You are welcome to call me anytime." Eiko smiled happily. "Okay, Xia Dong." Xia Dong got into Mika Kito's car. Just as they were about to leave, Wang Fugue suddenly rushed over with a small metal box and said, "Medicine, medicine." Xia Dong saw the metal box in his hand. She was about to say that she was not sick and did not need those things, but then she remembered that she was inexplicably uncomfortable, so she took the metal box and smiled. "Thank you." Wang Fugue grinned and waved his hand. The car sped away. Mika Kito looked at Xia Dong, who was holding the metal box, and felt very uncomfortable. After hesitating for a long time, he asked, Xia, do you know what medicine this is?" Xia Dong shook her head and did not hide anything from him. She told him about the changes in her body and the wonderful feeling after the injection. He suddenly grabbed her hand tightly. His eyes were dark and deep, like the sea before a storm. She had a bad feeling in her heart. Brother Shen, do you know what this is? Mika Keto held her hand tightly and did not say a word, but his expression said everything. Brother Shen, I want to know the truth. Mika Keto held her shoulder. Xia, before I tell you, promise me that you have to stay calm, even if it's for the sake of the child. I will. I can take it. He said word by word, if I'm not wrong, this is drugs. The word drug hit Xia Dong hard in the chest, but she tried hard to remind herself not to be agitated, to be calm, to be calm. She clenched her fists tightly. Her primary concern was the child. Brother Shen, I heard that drug addicts give birth to deformed children. I've been injected with drugs at least twice. Will I also give birth to a deformed child? Mika Keto hugged her tightly. No, it won't happen. It won't happen. After a 10-hour-long journey, they finally returned to City A. As soon as they entered the city, Bailey Han separated from them. Before they parted, Xia Dong smiled and thanked him. He nodded and said, rest well. Don't think too much. Xia Dong watched as Bailey Han drove into another lane and got into Mika Keto's car. Brother Shen, let's go back too. When they got home, it was already evening. Mika Keto had already asked someone to pick up Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai from kindergarten. As soon as the two little rascals saw them, they immediately cheered and rushed over. Xia Dong hugged Xiao Guai and kissed him. She rubbed Xiao Bao's cheeks. Xiao Bao pouted, and Gigai allowed her to rub his cheeks. He had already talked to her on the phone last night to relieve his emotions. When he saw her now, he was a little embarrassed. His bun-like face was pink. After a long bout of affection, Xia Dong hugged the two little rascals in her arms and nestled on the sofa. Mika Keto sat beside her and naturally put her arm around her shoulders. She asked the two little rascals about what happened at school. Xiao Guai softly told them about interesting things, and Xia Dong laughed along. The atmosphere was very warm. Xia Dong touched Xiao Bao's head and said, good boy, the garden party is in 3 days. Starting tomorrow, Mom will help you rehearse the program. Yay, Mommy is awesome. Xia Dong raised her eyebrows proudly. Of course, your mommy is a rare talent. Xiao Bao's face darkened, while Xiao Guai covered her mouth and snickered. Hey, what's with that expression? You don't believe me? Xia Dong turned to ask Mika Keto. Brother Shen, tell me, am I a talent? She secretly bared her teeth at him and revealed an expression that said, you're dead if you don't speak up for me. Mika Keto laughed. Babies, your mommy is not only a talent, but also a genius, mommy. He looked at Xiao Bao meaningfully. Xiao Bao understood tacitly and broke into a smile. Xia Dong beamed and patted Mika Keto's shoulder proudly to show her appreciation. But the next second, she frowned and looked at him suspiciously. Brother Shen, are you playing word games with me? What do you mean by a genius mommy? At the end of the day, you're still praising Xiao Bao. Mika Keto patted her head. It's good that you understand. Xia Dong gritted her teeth. Wash your neck and wait for me to bite you to death. Mika Keto laughed and stretched his neck over. Come on, I've already washed it. Xia Dong blinked and suddenly hugged his neck. She opened her mouth and bit down. Ouch, Xia, you really bit me. Mika Keto's face contorted in pain. Wah, it's not suitable for children. Xiao Bao quickly covered Xiao Guai's eyes and smiled slyly. Mommy, don't do something so bloody and violent in front of a minor. It will leave a trauma in our young hearts. Xia Dong looked up and touched the corner of her mouth. Okay, Brother Shen. I'll let you off today for the sake of the children. Mika Keto's face twitched. He touched the teeth marks on his neck. Do I need to go to the hospital to get a rabies vaccine? Don't you dare. Xia Dong gritted her teeth fiercely and thought about biting him again. The family was in the middle of arguing when Xia Dong suddenly wrapped her arms around her shoulders. Her face turned pale and her voice trembled. Brother Shen, I'm tired. Please take me back to my room. Mika Keto was shocked. He quickly let go of the children and bent down to pick her up. He said to the worried children, "It's okay. Your mommy traveled a long way today. She's just a little tired. I'll take her back to her room to rest. You geek eye can play in the living room." Okay, okay. The little guys nodded and waved their little hands. Mommy, good night. Xia Dong hugged Mika Kito's waist tightly with both hands. She suppressed the desire in her body and squeezed out a smile. Good night, darlings. After entering the room, Mika Kito locked the door and gently placed Xia Dong on the bed. Her forehead was already wet with cold sweat and her body couldn't help but tremble. Mika Kito's eyes were full of love. He held her hands tightly to prevent her from hurting herself. Xia, don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll always be with you. Xia Dong felt terrible. She knew that she was really addicted to drugs. And now, her drug addiction was acting up. She felt as if there were countless little bugs devouring her flesh and blood. It was itchy and uncomfortable. She twisted her body uncontrollably, trying to drive away the cravings in her body. However, her rationality told her that this was not good for the children. She shook her head in pain and said in a trembling voice, Brother Shen. I feel terrible. Get me a rope. Tie me up. Mika Kito's pupils constricted and shone with a painful light. He gritted his teeth, got up abruptly, and said in a hoarse voice, Xia, hang in there. I'll go get a rope. Xia Dong nodded with difficulty. Mika Kito walked out of the room and went to the living room to look for a rope. Fortunately, the children had already gone back to their rooms to rest. No one noticed his abnormality. He looked sullen as he rummaged through the items, anxiously looking for a rope. Finally, he found a bundle of rope in a cupboard. He strode towards Xia Dong's room. Just then, the doorbell rang. His face darkened and he strode to the door. Through the video, he saw Bailey Han standing outside the door. He frowned. Why is Bailey Han here? Mika Kito opened the door. His face was tense. Why are you here? Bailey Han did not seem to notice his bad temper. He glanced at the rope in his hand and said calmly, I have a friend who's a chemistry professor. He can help you analyze the composition of the drugs. On the way home, Bailey Han remembered this matter. He hesitated for a moment before he turned the car around and came here. Mika Kito immediately reacted. If he could analyze the type of drug in the small metal box, he might be able to find a way to control it. Come with me. Mika Kito said as he led Bailey Han to Xia Dong's room. He lowered his voice and said, the metal box is in Xia's room. She's sick. Wait at the door. Xia definitely did not want anyone to see her in this state. Mika Kito opened the door and walked in. The moment he closed the door, Bailey Han reached out and blocked the door. I can help you. Mika Kito stared at Bailey Han gloomily, and Bailey Han stared back at Mika Kito. Neither of them was willing to back down. In the end, the person on the bed moaned in pain. Mika Kito changed his mind. He turned sideways and Bailey Han immediately entered the room. Bailey Han saw the person on the bed clearly and felt a sharp pain in his chest. Xia Dong was biting her fist so as not to disturb the children. She was moaning in a low voice. Her body was curled up and her face was as white as a sheet. Large beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. Mika Kito closed his eyes in pain and said to Bailey Han, help me take her hands out. Bailey Han's face turned pale. He bent down and pulled out the fist she was biting in her mouth. It was covered with teeth marks and blood. Tears welled up in Bailey Han's eyes. He placed her 2 wrists side by side. Bai Tangshan used a rope to tie her hands together, then tied her legs together. Xia Dong bit her lip hard to endure the pain. Her body trembled like a leaf in the wind. She had a splitting headache and her face was covered with tears and snot. Her painful and pathetic look made the 2 heartless men's eyes turn red. "Watch her. I'll get a towel," Mika Kito said and walked out of the door while enduring the pain in his heart. When he reached the bathroom, he slammed his fist on the cold marble sink. His eyes shone with a vicious light. He would never let go of the person who hurt Xia Xia. "It hurts, it hurts." Xia Dong was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Her eyes were blank and her body was trembling. She curled up on the bed. Her clothes were messy and her hair was tangled with her sweat. Bailey Han reached out his trembling hand to tuck her sweaty hair behind her ear. He pried open her mouth to prevent her from biting him. At this time, Mika Kito came back with a clean towel. He carefully stuffed the towel into her mouth. She whimpered in pain like an injured animal. Xia Dong was suffering. Mika Kito and Bailey Han were also suffering. Half an hour later, her trembling body slowly calmed down. Her eyes were no longer empty and gradually regained their spirit. Mika Kito breathed a sigh of relief and removed the towel from her mouth. Add Songshu 566. Chapter 109. Bailey Han's body was tense. He had been in a state of high tension. When he let out a sigh of relief, he realized that his muscles were sore. He untied the ropes around her wrists and legs. Xia Dong calmed down for a long time. When she spoke, her voice was already hoarse. "Did I get through it?" Mika Kito's heart suddenly ached. She wiped the sweat off her face with a towel. "Yeah, you got through it. Xia Xia, you're the strongest girl I've ever met." He wasn't lying. Many men couldn't resist their drug addiction and couldn't help but take drugs again. But she gritted her teeth and got through it. Xia Dong wanted to laugh, but the wound on her lips was painful and her smile looked a little twisted. Bailey Han looked at her with a gloomy expression. His gaze was deep and she didn't know what he was thinking. Xia Dong turned to look at him and smiled. "Mr. Bailey, you're here too." Bailey Han pursed his thin lips. "It's good that you're okay. I'll get going first. I'll walk you out." Mika Kito stroked Xia Dong's head. "Get some rest. I'll be right back." Xia Dong nodded. She looked at Bailey Han and said, "Thank you for coming to see me." Bailey Han didn't reply, but his eyes flashed. Mika Kito and Bailey Han entered the elevator. There were only the 2 of them in the elevator. Mika Kito handed him a bottle of medication and said, "Let me know immediately when there's a result." Bailey Han nodded and put the bottle of medication into his jacket pocket. He was silent for a moment before he said, "From the looks of it, Xia Dong's drug addiction acts up once a day. For her sake, I suggest that we send her to a professional drug rehabilitation center." "No." Bai Tangshan rejected, "I can't let her out of my sight. Moreover, once she enters the drug rehabilitation center, she won't be able to hide the fact that she's addicted to drugs. That will destroy her." Bailey Han looked at him sharply. "Then can you bear to see her in pain every time her drug addiction kicks in?" In a professional drug rehabilitation center, she could receive professional control and protection. What's more, do you want her children to find out about her drug addiction? Mika Kito frowned. "I can send her to my villa and get a professional to help her." Bailey Han smirked. "In the end, you're still selfish and want to keep her by your side." Mika Kito replied coldly, "I'm her fiancé. I have the right and responsibility to take care of her." The 2 business tycoons squatted in the elevator and quarreled politely. The elevator door suddenly opened and a passerby walked in. He was almost frozen to death by the sub-zero temperature inside and almost turned into a hornet's nest by the 2 men's sharp gazes. A melodious ringtone broke the stiff atmosphere. Bailey Han picked up the phone. Yunqian. Su Yunqian's worried voice came through. Han, didn't you say that you were going back to City A tonight? Why aren't you home yet? Did something happen? It's okay. I'll be back soon. Bailey Han hung up the phone. Mika Keto raised her eyebrows and showed the arrogant expression of a winner. Mr. Bailey, congratulations. I heard that you and Miss Su are getting married. Thank you. Bailey Han gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Now that there was a bystander in the elevator, all the conversation stopped abruptly. When the elevator reached the first floor, Mika Keto nodded politely. Goodbye. Bailey Han also nodded. When Mika Keto went upstairs, Xia Dong was already in the bathroom taking a shower and taking off her clothes. Xia Dong was stunned. There were rope marks on her wrists and legs, and there were scratches on her knees. It didn't hurt much, but it reminded her of the inhuman torture when she was addicted to drugs. She had always been a strong person and had never thought of committing suicide. But when she was tortured by the drug addiction just now, she almost couldn't help it. Now that she thought about it, she felt cold all over. She didn't know why she had such a terrible idea, she didn't know how long she could hold on. Xia, are you okay? Mika Keto didn't see her for a long time and knocked on the bathroom door worriedly. I'm fine. I'm fine. Xia Dong wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and smiled at herself in the mirror. Xia Dong, you can do it. For Gigai and the baby in your belly, you have to do it, okay? The next day, Bailey Han's professor friend came back with the results of his research. The drug in the bottle was a drug that didn't exist on the market yet. It was 10 times stronger than heroin, and it only took 2 injections to become addicted. The scariest thing was that the addicted person would have a relapse every 24 hours. If they wanted to quit, they would have to endure it for a month. Mika Keto didn't want Bailey Han to know about Xia Dong's pregnancy, so she went behind his back to consult with a specialist about the drug's effect on pregnant women. The specialist said that the drug would have a certain effect on the child, and it might affect the child's brain development. But if the number of injections was low, it might not necessarily. Xia Dong anxiously went for a pregnancy test. Lin Shihao said the child was still too young, so there were some effects that couldn't be seen. So, he couldn't give a definite answer. Ever since he met Xia Dong and her son at the food street, Xia Jinsheng would secretly go to the hospital every day after work. He would find a chance to peek at Xiao Guai from afar. After Xiao Guai was discharged from the hospital, he parked his car outside Imperial Kindergarten and peeked at Xiao Bao after school. Every time he saw him waving goodbye to the other children, he wanted to run up to him, hug him and hear him call him grandpa. What Xia Jinsheng didn't know was that Mika Keto had already noticed his peeking at the children. Because he was Xia Dong's father, Mika Keto tacitly allowed him to do so. But, as soon as he tried to get involved in Xia Dong's life, Mika Keto firmly stopped him and got someone to stop him from following her. Xia Jinsheng also didn't know that his every move was being watched by his other daughter, Su Xingqian. Su Xingqian hired a private investigator to follow Xia Jinsheng. In the process, she discovered that Su Yunqian had already made her move. Mika Keto announced to the public that Xia Dong was sick at home. But, Su Xingqian bribed Xia Dong's nanny and found out that she wasn't at home at all. Su Xingqian was also the first to find out about Xia Dong's drug addiction. She smiled happily and muttered to herself, "Cousin, I didn't expect you to be so cruel. But, I like it. Let me, your cousin, help you once more." Xia Dong went to work as usual during the day. But, every night, she had to endure the torture of her drug addiction. In order not to be discovered by the children, she would find an excuse to leave home every day before the drug addiction kicked in. She would go to Mika Keto's villa and endure the pain for half an hour. Because the drug she was injected with was too strong, even the existing antidotes on the market couldn't suppress it. She could only rely on her own willpower to resist. Mika Keto urgently contacted Japan and asked them to develop an antidote. Bailey Han was also trying to think of a solution. But, developing an antidote required time and couldn't be completed in a day or two. 1 day, 2 days, Xia Dong endured it. As time passed, the pain of the drug addiction also multiplied. In the villa, in an empty room, her hands and feet were tied as she painfully lay on the soft mattress. A professional was sweating profusely as he encouraged her. Bailey Han and Mika Keto stood on either side of her bed with their hearts hanging in their throats. They held her down as she writhed non-stop. The soft rod in her mouth to prevent her from biting her tongue fell out during her struggle. Her shrill and painful screams immediately filled the room. She shook her head and her eyes lost focus. She wailed, "I feel so bad, so bad. I beg you, please give it to me." Her rationality finally collapsed. Mika Keto hugged her tightly. Xia, look at me. You can do it. Hang in there. You have 10 more minutes. You can do it. Boo-hoo. I can't. I feel so bad. Tears streamed down her face. Her limbs twitched and even breathing became difficult. No, Xia, you can do it. Listen to me. You're the strongest. Mika Keto held her face and looked firmly into her dazed eyes. Xia, don't be afraid. I'll always be with you. Hang in there. It'll be over soon. She burst into tears and shook her head frantically. Kill me. Boo-hoo. Kill me. I can't take it anymore. Bailey Han felt a sudden pain in his heart. He could no longer maintain his composure and rationality. He forcefully restrained her legs that were kicking wildly and said in a hoarse voice, "Xiaodong, hold on. Even if it's for the sake of the child, you have to hold on. Don't tell me you want Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai to become orphans. Children. These 2 words finally hit Xia Dong's heart. Her dazed eyes finally regained a trace of clarity. She gritted her teeth and whispered over and over again, children. Slowly, she regained a trace of rationality. She gritted her teeth and held on. Tears streamed down her face. Children. She had to protect the babies in her belly. She had to save Gigai. She had to be strong. 10 minutes finally passed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Bailey Han and Mika Keto were drenched. Xia Dong felt as if she had just been fished out of the water. After a high degree of exhaustion, her whole body was sore and weak. She was so tired that she didn't want to move at all. However, she was still worried about the children at home. Brother Shen, take me home. I don't want the children to be suspicious. Her voice was full of exhaustion. Lie down for a while and then clean up. Mika Keto instructed the servant to bring a set of clean clothes and put it on her bed. It's okay. I'll go wash up now. Xia Dong got out of bed with his help. The maid wanted to help her take a bath, but she refused. Bailey Han watched her enter the bathroom and said to Mika Keto, "Since she's fine now, I should go. As for the antidote, it will probably take another 2 or 3 days." Mika Keto's face was pale. There's news from Japan. It will take at least 3 more days. Bailey Han glanced in the direction of the bathroom. His eyes were full of worry. This time, she was on the verge of breaking down. Could she hold on for another 3 days? Bailey Han returned to the villa. Su Yunxian was already waiting for him in his room. She smiled and kissed him on the cheek. "Han, why are you back so late?" He looked tired. "Something came up at the company." Su Yunxian's eyes flashed. "Actually, I just called your secretary. She said that you weren't at the company." Bailey Han's eyes suddenly narrowed. He stared at her. "Yunxian, you know that I don't like people playing tricks on me." Su Yunxian leaned into his arms and said faintly, "Han, I'm just worried about you. I'm afraid that you'll be seduced by another woman." Beauty novel, Hungcha 866. Chapter 110. Bailey Han's body stiffened and his voice was a little hoarse. We're getting married in 2 weeks. Shouldn't you trust me more? She acted coquettishly. It's not that I don't trust you. I'm just starting to lose confidence in myself. He felt guilty for no reason and stroked her face. You're Su Yunqian. You're radiant. How can you not be confident? She was amused by him and held his hand. You must not have eaten yet. I'll cook for you personally, okay? Don't trouble yourself. Just let the servants do it. She acted like a little woman and said coquettishly, No, I want to cook for you. All right, I really don't know what to do with you. Bailey Han put his arm around her shoulders and walked downstairs. Su Yunqian looked at his handsome side profile and smiled. She didn't know how to handle men in the past and that was why she stumbled in front of Xia Dong. She wasn't so foolish now. She knew when to show weakness and when to act coquettishly. Su Yunqian was wearing a spaghetti strap dress and an apron. Her hair was tied up on top of her head. She was busy in the kitchen, but her movements were noble and elegant. There was a different kind of charm to her. If it was the Bailey Han of the past, he would definitely be attracted to her at this moment. But now, he was thinking about Xia Dong and didn't pay attention to her at all. It wasn't until she brought out 3 dishes and a soup that he came back to his senses and smiled. It looks, smells, and tastes good. When Su Yunqian was in the kitchen, she noticed that he was absent-minded. She was a little unhappy, but when she saw him eating with relish, her mood improved a little. She supported her cheek with one hand and smiled. Han, let's go to Greece for our honeymoon, okay? Bailey Han said, as long as you like it. You're so nice. She leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. Bailey Han's lips curved, but he didn't say anything. She smiled and said, Han, Xiao Yi's school is holding a garden party tomorrow. Shall we go together? Bailey Han had only mentioned the garden party to Xiao Yi once. He didn't expect her to remember it. His eyes were filled with tenderness as he said softly, of course. The garden party starts at 2 in the afternoon and lasts until 6. Do you have time? She winked playfully. Of course, I've already arranged it. I'm looking forward to Xiao Yi's performance. At the mention of his son, Bailey Han also laughed. Speaking of which, even I don't know what program he will prepare. She smiled and said, it'll definitely be exciting. Bailey Han did not hide the pride on his face. That's right. Xiao Yi is my son. Although Su Yunqian was smiling, there was a flash of unhappiness in her eyes. She hugged his arm and said, Han, are you full? Let's go upstairs and rest. Han liked Xiao Yi so much. She had to give birth to a child of her own as soon as possible. Bailey Han walked out of the bathroom and saw Su Yunqian lying on the bed in sexy pajamas, looking at him with gentle eyes. He lay down beside her and stroked her hair. You're tired too. Rest early. Su Yunqian was very dissatisfied. How could he so calmly ask such a seductive and sexy woman to rest early, when she was lying beside him? Her proud softness rubbed against his chest, hinting at him. He kissed her forehead and said, Yunqian, I want to wait until the day we get married. Su Yunqian turned around angrily and ignored him. Annoying. She had never seen such an unromantic man. Bailey Han pinched the space between his eyebrows. He didn't know if it was because he had been too tired recently, but he actually didn't have that kind of interest. Imperial Kindergarten's annual garden party was about to begin. The garden party was actually an activity for the school to inspect the children's homework for the whole semester. It was also a way to strengthen the bond between the children and their parents. From the school gate to the teaching building, there were many small stalls arranged in 2 rows. They were all prepared by the children of each class. There were calligraphy and painting displays, handicrafts displays, and all kinds of toys displays. Parents held their children's hands and walked along the road. From time to time, they would stop to look for their children's creations. Laughter and laughter were intertwined. Xia Dong held Xiao Guai's hand. Just as they walked through the school gate, Xiao Bao rushed over like a cannonball with an excited smile on his little face. "Mom, Gigai, you're here." "Brother, brother," Xiao Guai immediately abandoned her mother and threw herself into her brother's arms. She couldn't help but look around. "Brother, where's Brother Yi?" Xiao Bao gently tapped her forehead with his finger. "Little love-struck fool, are you here to see me or your Brother Yi?" Xiao Guai blinked her big eyes. "Of course I'm here to see brother." There was still Brother Yi. Xiao Bao tiptoed and looked in the direction of the school gate. His little face was filled with disappointment. "Mom, why didn't Uncle Shen come?" "Your Uncle Shen is in a meeting, but he just told me to film your performance on stage." Xia Dong patted the SLR camera on her shoulder. "Also, he said that he'll come and take us home." Only then did Xiao Bao reveal a satisfied smile. Xia Dong patted his head. "Let's go quickly. There will be more and more people later." She was worried that Xiao Guai would be squeezed by too many people. "Oh, my dear son, did you draw this? You've painted me so ugly." Xia Dong carried Xiao Guai and stood in front of a watercolor painting. The watercolor painting depicted the three of them. In the painting, Xia Dong sat on the lawn and beamed as she watched Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai flying a kite. "How is it ugly? It's obviously very beautiful." Xiao Bao's fair cheeks were tinged with pink as he snorted arrogantly. "You're the one who doesn't know how to appreciate it. Brother, you drew very well." Xiao Guai clapped his little hands and spoke up for his brother. "Io, you can't take a joke." "Mom, I'm just joking." Xia Dong smiled and patted her son's head. "My dear son, don't be angry. Take Mom on a tour of the school." According to the schedule of the garden party, after admiring the children's works, the parents could tour the school with their children and then go to the auditorium to watch the children's performances. Before leaving, Xia Dong glanced at the work next to her son's painting and a trace of sadness flashed across her eyes. After they left the exhibition area, Bailey Han and the other two walked over. Su Yunxian held Bailey Yi's little hand and walked on the right while Bailey Han walked on the left. They looked as harmonious as a family of three. But in reality, Bailey Yi couldn't wait to shake off Su Yunxian's hand. "Hateful woman, humph." Su Yunxian pointed at a painting and exclaimed happily, "Han, look, is that Xiao Yi's painting? It's so beautiful." Bailey Han also saw the oil painting signed, Bailey Yi. It was a scene of him and little Wingsy catching butterflies by the riverbank. He smiled as he looked at his son, and his son smiled as he looked up at him. What was different from reality was that a beautiful woman was sitting on the grass beside them, watching them with a smile on her face. The painting next to his son's was Xia Xiaobao's work. It was a scene of the mother and son flying a kite. For some reason, Bailey Han suddenly felt a strange sense of harmony when these two paintings were placed together. Su Yunxian pointed at the beautiful woman in Bailey Yi's painting and asked curiously, "Xiao Yi, who is she?" Bailey Yi pursed his lips and his little face was expressionless. "She's my mommy." Su Yunxian couldn't help but tighten her grip on his hand and smiled awkwardly. "I see." Bailey Han's face darkened and he lowered his voice. "Xiao Yi, Auntie Yunxian will be your mommy from now on." Bailey Yi shook off Su Yunxian's hand and looked up at him. His little face was full of determination as he said word by word, "No, she's not my mommy." Bailey Han's face darkened and he looked at him sharply. "Bailey Yi, your mommy is no longer here. I won't allow you to be willful." "I don't believe it. Mommy won't die." Bailey Yi's eyes quickly turned red and tears gathered in his eyes, but he stubbornly held them back. Although everyone had told him that his mother was dead, he had never believed it. "Xiao Yi." Bailey Han's voice became stern and it attracted the attention of the people around them. Su Yunxian hurriedly pulled his arm and said softly, Han, don't be like this. Bailey Han's sharp gaze swept across and immediately forced the curious gazes around them to retreat. He took a deep breath to suppress his anger and said coldly, let's go to the auditorium. Bailey Yi's little face darkened and he followed behind them. The auditorium was beautifully decorated. The children's seats were arranged in the front and the parents' seats were arranged in the back. Xia Dong sat by the aisle and occasionally looked back. From afar, she saw Bailey Han and Su Yunxian walking in hand. Walking beside them was Bailey Yi. Bailey Yi seemed unhappy. His little face was dark and there was no smile at all. It was exactly the same as Bailey Han's cold face. Xia Dong bit her lip and turned her head away from them. She didn't expect them to sit in the row behind her. She could clearly hear Su Yunxian's voice. Xiao Yi, your performance is the third. I'll send you backstage to prepare, okay? Bailey Yi replied stiffly, no need. I can go by myself. Bailey Han was still angry. When he heard his words, he couldn't help but scold him. Bailey Yi, is this how I usually teach you? Where are your manners? Xia Dong's body stiffened. Bailey Han scolding his son was like a whip to her heart. Bailey Yi was silent for a few seconds before he said, I'm sorry. Su Yunxian said gently, forget it. The child didn't do it on purpose. Xiao Yi, be careful when you go backstage by yourself. Bailey Yi grunted and walked backstage with his short legs. When he passed by Xia Dong, she saw him biting his lip and his eyes shining. Her heart suddenly ached, and she almost couldn't help but throw herself at him and pull him into her embrace. Brother Yi, Xiao Guai, who was sitting in the front row, saw Bailey Yi walking over and quickly waved her little hand. Brother Yi, Bailey Yi hadn't calmed down when he suddenly heard Xiao Guai calling him. He clenched his little fists and pretended not to see her. He walked straight past her and headed backstage. Sob sob. Brother Yi is ignoring me. I'm so sad. Xiao Guai rubbed her eyes. Xiao Bao, who loved his little sister very much, couldn't stand it anymore. He ran up to Bailey Yi, put his hands on his hips, and glared at him angrily. Bailey Yi, what's with your attitude? My little sister is calling you. Didn't you hear her? Bailey Yi looked at him coldly. Get out of my way. I'm in a bad mood right now. Hurry up and respond to my little sister. Otherwise, I won't get out of your way. Xiao Bao raised his chin angrily. Lame. Bailey Yi rolled his eyes. Bailey Yi, you egomaniac. You've completely pissed me off. Xiao Bao was so angry that his teeth itched. He wanted nothing more than to pounce on him and bite him to death. Attention, Songshu 566. Chapter 111. Brother Yi, stop fighting. Xiao Guai saw that they were at daggers drawn and ran between them with tears in her eyes to stop them. Brother, stop fighting. If mommy finds out, she won't be happy. Xiao Bao stood on his tiptoes to look at the back row and saw that his mother was also looking in their direction. He glared fiercely at Bailey Yi. You're lucky. I won't argue with you today. Bailey Yi raised his eyebrows slightly and said coldly, I don't have time to argue with you. If you have time, why don't you take care of your love-struck sister? Every time she saw him, she would enthusiastically rush over. He hated love-struck fools the most. Xiao Bao stomped his feet in anger and pointed at his nose. I'm warning you. Don't talk bad about my sister. Humph, Bailey Yi snorted coldly and shrugged his small shoulders. With an indifferent look, he walked away without looking back. Oh my God, I'm so angry. Xiao Bao twisted his small body, intending to pounce over and fight with him. However, after pouncing for a long time, he didn't succeed because Xiao Guai hugged him from behind. Xiao Bao's soft little voice immediately calmed his anger. Brother, don't be angry. let's put on a good show later and dress up that arrogant fellow. Xiao Bao was relieved and patted her head. Gigai, you finally saw the true nature of that guy. From now on, you're not allowed to call anyone else brother other than brother. Yes, yes. Xiao Guai rubbed against him ingratiatingly. Brother is the best. Xia Dong noticed that something seemed to have happened over at the children's side. She stood up and was about to walk over to take a look when Xiao Bao held Xiao Guai's hand and returned to their seats, so she sat down again. Bailey Han had already noticed her presence. However, Su Yunxian did not notice because she was tilting her head and talking to Bailey Han. Han, Xiao Yi is just a child. Don't be so angry with her. Bailey Han looked away from Xia Dong and said in a low voice, although he is young, he should be sensible. His mother is no longer around. Why can't he accept you? Su Yunxian said softly, in a child's heart, his mommy is irreplaceable. You shouldn't blame him. Bailey Han frowned. But this is unfair to you. Su Yunxian held his hand. I don't care. As long as you treat me well, that's enough. As for Xiao Yi, time will tell. I believe that he will accept me as time goes by. Bailey Han looked at her and his eyes were filled with gratitude. Yunxian, thank you. Su Yunxian leaned on his shoulder and Bailey Han hugged her waist. The two of them were so affectionate. Xia Dong, who was sitting in the front row, gripped the seat tightly with her fingers. She doubted Su Yunxian's words. Su Yunxian had once revealed her dislike for Xiao Yi in front of her. Would she really treat Xiao Yi well for Bailey Han's sake? Xia Dong closed her eyes helplessly. She wanted to protect the three children, but it was so difficult. The music started and the performance officially began. The host went on stage and gave a long speech. The audience burst into thunderous applause. Next, let's enjoy the performance that Xiao Lingling from Class 1 has brought to us. A little girl in a princess dress went on stage and sang a song with a childish voice. Next was the second performance. A pair of twin sisters danced a folk dance. When the dance ended, the lights on the stage dimmed. It was Bailey Yi's turn to go on stage. After more than 10 seconds, a beam of light quickly moved to the center of the stage. There was a piano there. Sitting in front of the piano was Bailey Yi in a white tuxedo. Under the soft light, he was as charming as the Moonlight Prince. Bailey Yi's head was slightly lowered in concentration. His fingertips fell on the piano keys and beautiful notes slowly flowed out. It was the famous Moonlight song. His fingertips poured out a different kind of moonlight. The audience couldn't help but close their eyes and feel the charm of the moonlight. Below the stage, Bailey Han looked at his son with indescribable pride in his eyes. That was his son. His son was so outstanding that even he, as a father, couldn't believe it. Xia Dong was also proud, but more than that, she was bitter. She looked at the little person on stage with eyes full of affection. At the end of the song, thunderous applause resounded in every corner of the auditorium. Xia Dong's palms were red from clapping. Bailey Yi is indeed a genius student. Even the principal sitting in the judging panel couldn't help but praise him. Everyone's praises were endless, and the corners of Bailey Han's lips couldn't help but curve up. On the stage, Bailey Yi was neither anxious nor impatient. He elegantly walked to the front of the stage and courteously bowed to the audience. Then, he straightened his body and proudly accepted everyone's praises. Xiao Bao's performance was later, so he hadn't gone backstage to prepare yet. Instead, he sat in the front row to watch the performance. Seeing that Bailey Yi received cheers from the audience, he raised his chin in disdain and snorted, "Humph, what's there to be proud of? It's just playing the piano. I can do it too." More than half of the performance went on. Finally, it was Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai's turn to go on stage. When they went on stage, everyone was shocked. Especially the children in the kindergarten, who screamed. "Wow, so cute, so handsome. Conan, Conan, I love you. Oh, little prince, you can do it. Xiao Bao was wearing a black suit like the one Conan wore in Detective Conan. He wore a pair of suit shorts, a red bow tie around his neck, and a pair of large black-rimmed glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. Even his hairstyle was exactly the same as Conan's. He carried a large backpack and kicked a soccer ball as he jogged onto the stage. After he went on stage, he showed off his superb soccer skills to everyone. Seeing how he played the soccer ball in all kinds of ways, the children couldn't help but applaud. At this time, Xiao Guai, who was cosplaying as Ai Yunai, went on stage. He coolly spoke to Xiao Bao in Japanese. Behind the curtain, someone translated at the same time. The general idea was that monster thief Giddy had appeared and was going to steal the museum's treasures. Their mission was to protect the treasures and capture monster thief Giddy at the same time. The scene changed. Strange thief Gid was wearing a cloak and a mask. He stood on the rooftop, against the wind. He moved his hand to his waist, and the glider immediately spread out. He flew up from the stage and into the museum. He stole the treasure under the strict watch of the police. Gid was on his way to the museum. Everyone's eyes widened. Xia Dong was sweating. Although she had tested it many times, she was still worried that an accident would happen while the hang glider was flying. Of course, this script wasn't the original Detective Conan. It was a cosplay drama that she had personally rewritten. Both Detective Conan and Giddy on stage were cosplayed by Xiao Bao. His calm and rational expression was just like Detective Conan. When he was cosplaying Giddy, he exuded a mysterious aura that made the little girls scream uncontrollably. Before the show ended, Detective Conan held Ai Yunai's hand and sang the theme song of the anime in Japanese. The children's screams reached a peak. After the show ended, Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai's show had the highest number of votes and won first place. Bailey Yi won second place with a difference of 1 vote. Bailey Yi was in a terrible mood. Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai happily held the first place trophy and went to Xia Dong's seat to look for her. Xia Dong stood up and hugged them. Su Yunqian's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and her whole body froze. Xia Dong. It was actually Xia Dong. Wasn't she sold to another province by an assassin? Why was she here? Su Yunqian was so angry that she was about to go crazy. Bailey Yi's face was cold as he hugged the trophy for second place and came back. Su Yunqian suppressed her anger and tried to smile. Xiao Yi, your performance just now was great. Bailey Yi bit his lip and looked at the row of excited Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai in front of him. He was so depressed that he was about to cry. He didn't care about first place, but he was angry that Xia Xiao Bao had beaten him. Bailey Han seemed to know what he was thinking and patted his head. Victory and defeat are common in war. You lost this time, but learn from your experience and strive for victory next time. Okay. Bailey Yi nodded heavily. Han, the performance is over. Let's go home. Su Yunqian felt uncomfortable every time she saw Xia Dong. She wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. They were about to leave the auditorium when they suddenly heard Xiao Guai's anxious voice. Mommy, what's wrong? Bailey Han suddenly turned around and saw Xia Dong holding Xiao Guai's hand with one hand and holding the back of the chair with the other. Her face was pale and her body was trembling slightly. He knew that something was wrong. Her drug addiction was acting up. Damn it, why did it act up 2 hours in advance? Xia Dong had calculated that the time would be just right after she sent the children home and rushed to Mika Kito's villa. However, she didn't expect the drug addiction to act up so early. When the children came back from receiving the award, she already felt that something was wrong. She resisted the urge to take them away, but she didn't expect Xiao Guai to discover that something was wrong. She quickly covered Xiao Guai's mouth and said in a low voice, Mommy is fine. Mommy is just a little tired. Babies, let's go out quickly. Your Uncle Shen should be waiting at the school gate. Xiao Bao looked at her worriedly and held Xiao Guai's hand. Mom, I'll hold Xiao Guai's hand and leave. Be careful. Xia Dong nodded. She endured the discomfort all over her body and led the children out. It was so uncomfortable that sweat broke out on her forehead and her legs were trembling. She tried to walk out in a normal posture, but her body was still out of control. When she reached the door, she staggered and almost fell. Fortunately, a pair of arms supported her firmly. Thank you. She gritted her teeth and looked up. She was stunned. Bailey Han's expression was very ugly. His hands were stiff as he supported her. Han. Su Yunqian watched as Bailey Han rushed forward and supported Xia Dong just as she was about to fall. Bailey Han only glanced at Su Yunqian hesitantly before turning his attention to Xia Dong. Why isn't Mika Keto with you? Damn it. How could Mika Keto let her go out alone? Didn't he know that she could be in danger at any time? No, it has nothing to do with him. The little addict in Xia Dong's body woke up and scratched at her heart and lungs. It was so uncomfortable that it was difficult for her to even breathe, but she still insisted on pushing him away. She staggered away. Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai watched in horror and reached out their little arms to support her legs. Bailey Han couldn't stand it anymore. He rushed forward and carried Xia Dong. Su Yunqian was shocked and took 2 steps back in disbelief. Bailey Han looked at Su Yunqian and said apologetically, Yunqian, I'll take her back. You and Xiao Yi go home first. I'll explain it to you when I get home. Su Yunqian forced a smile and said, okay. Bailey Han looked at her deeply and carried Xia Dong away. Xia Dong grabbed his arm and begged in a low voice, please, don't let the children see me like that. This was a kindergarten. How could she avoid the children's sight? Come and see, Songshu 566. Chapter 112. Bailey Han furrowed his brows as an idea popped into his mind. However, he would have to trouble Yunqian again. He looked at Su Yunqian awkwardly and said, Yunqian, please take care of Xiao Bao and Xiao Guai. I'll come here to pick you up in an hour. Trust me. He emphasized the last 3 words with a lot of force. Su Yunqian's heart was already riddled with holes, but she still had a faint smile on her face. Okay, I'll wait here for you to come back. Xia Dong dug her nails into her palms and endured the pain as she said to the children, Bao Bao, Gigai, wait here for mommy. Mommy will be back soon, Xiao Guai pouted unhappily. Xiao Bao held her hand, put his finger to his lips, and shushed her. Then he said, Mom, come back quickly. After giving instructions, Bailey Han didn't stay any longer. He carried Xia Dong and rushed to the parking lot. When he left in the Rolls-Royce, Mika Keto was driving towards the school gate and happened to pass by the Rolls-Royce. Xiao Bao looked at Su Yunqian, whose face was ashen, and then looked at Bailey Yi, whose little face was cold and silent. Finally, he pulled Xiao Guai to sit on the bench by the flower bed. Xiao Guai shook his arm and said softly, Brother, Mommy looks unwell. Will she be okay? Xiao Bao patted her head. Gigai, don't worry. Mommy will be fine. He lowered his eyes, his long eyelashes hiding the worry in his eyes. Ever since his mother came back, she had been acting strangely. What was she hiding from them? Su Yunqian took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Xiao Yi, are you tired? Do you want to sit down and rest for a while? Bailey Yi curled his lips. No need. I don't want to sit in the same chair as that annoying guy. Hey, you loser. You're the annoying one. Your whole family is annoying. Xiao Bao stood up abruptly with her arms akimbo and her eyes wide open. That's right, the whole family is annoying. Humph. Bailey Yi looked at him like he was an idiot. Did I say you were the annoying guy? Don't take it personally, okay? Xiao Bao was so angry that his face and neck were red. His little body rushed in front of him, and he pushed his chest fiercely. Hey, I've long found you an eyesore. Let's fight. Let's fight. Who's afraid of who? Bailey Yi raised his chin and puffed out his chest, looking insufferably arrogant. Su Yunqian had a headache. She couldn't care less about her ladylike image and quickly stood between the two of them. You two, don't fight. Auntie Yunqian, this has nothing to do with you. Don't interfere. Bailey Yi impatiently waved her away. Auntie, go away. Don't be a busybody. Xiao Bao rolled his eyes and pushed her away. This annoying woman dared to bully his mother. He had tolerated her for a long time. Auntie? The veins on Su Yunqian's forehead were throbbing. Damn it, this B*TCH's son dared to taunt her. Why was she still pretending to be a good person? Hurry up and leave. Let these two brothers fight to the death. That's right, that's it. Su Yunqian sneered and took a step back, leaving the battlefield to the two little guys. However, to prevent others from criticizing her for being irresponsible, she called out hypocritically, Xiao Yi, Xiao Bao, don't fight. Fighting is wrong. Bailey Yi and Xiao Bao saw her hypocritical look and rolled their eyes at the same time. Why are you copying me? Why are you copying me? The two little guys shouted at the same time and reached out their right hands to grab each other's collars. The two of them quickly started fighting. Xiao Guai anxiously shouted from the side, Brother Yi, stop fighting. Su Yunqian pretended to want to stop the fight but didn't dare to. Bailey Yi snorted. While she wasn't paying attention, he kicked her calf, causing her to scream in pain. Xiao Bao saw Bailey Yi's every move and raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect this guy to hate that bad woman Su Yunqian as much as he did. Xiao Bao didn't want to be left behind. He quietly aimed at Su Yunqian's other leg and viciously kicked it. Su Yunqian screamed again. She clutched her leg in pain and took 2 steps back. She bent down to check on her injury. Xiao Bao snickered. Bailey Yi looked at him in surprise. He pursed his lips provocatively and lowered his voice. Do you hate her too? Bailey Yi nodded. Xiao Bao revealed a devilish smile and whispered, Push me. Push me in front of her. Bailey Yi's gaze swept over and he quickly reacted. He suddenly roared, Xia Xiao Bao, you annoying person. Go to hell. He exerted force in his arms and pushed Xiao Bao in front of Su Yunqian. Ah, Xiao Bao screamed. Using Bailey Yi's push, he quickly and viciously slammed into Su Yunqian. Su Yunqian was bending over to check on her injury when she heard a scream. When she looked up, she saw a black shadow slamming into her. Before she could dodge, she was slammed to the ground by the black shadow. Crack! She heard the sound of her wrist being twisted. A sharp pain came from her wrist. It was so painful that she frowned. Oh, Auntie, I'm so sorry. Xiao Bao twisted his hips and rolled on her stomach a few times before reluctantly jumping to the side. He looked uneasy. Auntie, are you okay? Let me help you up. Go away. Su Yunqian pushed him away in disgust. Although most of the people in the kindergarten had left, such a big commotion still alarmed a few passers-by. A teacher hurried over. Madam, are you okay? Su Yunqian quickly adjusted her expression and revealed a weak and helpless expression. My hand hurts. I think I twisted it. May I ask where the infirmary is? The female teacher helped her up sympathetically and said, I'll take you there. What about the children? We'll stay here. Xiao Bao and Bailey Yi said in unison. Then, they cast their gazes on Xiao Guai. She blinked her large eyes and said obediently, I'll stay here too. All right, don't move around. The teacher will bring your mommy back soon. This time, the 3 children said in unison, Teacher, she's not our mommy. The teacher smiled awkwardly. Su Yunqian also smiled. Teacher, I'm their guardian. Let's go to the infirmary first. Damn it, her hand was hurting so much. Also, Her leg was hurting too. Okay, okay. The teacher supported the limping Su Yunqian and walked to the infirmary. As soon as they left, Bailey Yi and Xiao Bao turned around angrily and ignored each other. Xiao Guai blinked her large eyes and giggled. Brother Yi, I saw it just now. You guys hurt that auntie on purpose. Xiao Bao turned to look at her angrily. Xiao Guai, did you forget what you promised me? You're not allowed to call anyone other than me brother. Xiao Guai stuck out her tongue cutely. Sorry, I forgot. What should I call him? Bailey Yi. Whatever it is, you're not allowed to call him brother. Xiao Bao said angrily. Bailey Yi looked at Xiao Guai coldly. You're not allowed to say anything. I won't say anything. Xiao Guai made a face. I don't like people that brother doesn't like. Xiao Bao patted her head in relief. Brother, you're sweating a lot. Xiao Guai took out a clean handkerchief from her small bag and carefully wiped the sweat off his face. There was a sweet smile on her rosy cheeks. Brother, you look like a little kitten now. Don't make fun of me. Xiao Bao made a fierce face and brandished his claws. Xiao Guai was not afraid of him at all. Instead, she giggled. Childish. Bailey Yi snorted coldly. However, he could not hide the envy in his eyes. He had no siblings or friends. He never knew what it felt like to be close to people his age. Brother Yi, oh no, Bailey Yi, you're sweating too. Let me help you wipe. Before Bailey Yi could object, a small figure was already standing in front of him. She reached out her arm and wiped the sweat off his face seriously. Xiao Guai, you're not allowed to wipe his face. Xiao Bao grabbed Xiao Guai's arm in exasperation. However, he did not use any force as he was afraid of hurting her. Xiao Guai rolled her eyes. Oh, brother, you're so childish. I'm just wiping his sweat. Ah, wiping sweat is a very serious action. No, I won't allow it. Alright, I won't wipe it then. Xiao Guai was speechless. She stuffed the handkerchief into Bailey Yi's hands. Bailey Yi, wipe it yourself. Bailey Yi held the handkerchief in a daze as he watched Xiao Bao angrily take Xiao Guai far away from him. He suddenly had a very strange feeling in his heart. Xiao Guai cupped her little face in her hands and asked eagerly, Brother, why isn't mommy back yet? Uncle Shin said he was going to pick us up, but he hasn't shown up yet. Xiao Bao was worried, but he had a reassuring smile on his face as he patted her head. It's okay. Mommy will be back soon. Uncle Shen, she might have been delayed by something. Oh, Xiao Guai said gloomily. It's so boring sitting here. How can it be boring? Brother will tell you a joke. Xiao Bao grinned and made a face. Okay. Xiao Guai clapped her meaty palms. She rolled her eyes and suddenly looked at Bailey Yi. She said, Bailey Yi, my brother's jokes are really good. Come and listen too. I'm not listening. Bailey Yi turned his face away arrogantly, but his ears were secretly perked up. At this moment, Bailey Han had already brought Xia Dong to a private clubhouse closest to the kindergarten. He wrapped her head and face in a jacket and carried her in. After that, he called Mika Keto. Hence, before Mika Keto could enter the kindergarten, she turned the car around and rushed to the private clubhouse as fast as she could. Waves of pain washed over her in waves. Xia Dong couldn't stop wailing. Fortunately, the room was soundproof. The two of them held her hands and legs down and stuffed a soft towel into her mouth. They anxiously waited for the drug addiction to pass. Half an hour later, the torture was finally over. Xia Dong stared blankly at the ceiling. After a few minutes, she came back to her senses and turned to look at Bailey Han. Bailey Han, thank you. Bailey Han's handsome face was enigmatic under the dim light. He looked like a ghost. He was unusually handsome, but also evil and cold. His lips moved. I just didn't want you to scare my son. Xia Dong grinned. This man obviously had a good heart, but he had to pretend to be cold and indifferent. Mika Keto was unhappy. She stepped forward and stood in front of Xia Dong. Xia, clean up first. We'll go to the kindergarten to pick up the child. Okay. Xia Dong got up with his help. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Mika Keto looked at Bailey Han coldly. Bailey Han also looked at her coldly. Welfare, Songshu 566. Chapter 113. Why did you leave her alone outside? Bailey Han's deep and cold eyes flashed with anger. You knew that she could be in danger at any time. Mika Keto clenched her fists and said with a cold face, what happened today was my fault. It won't happen again. He thought that he could rush back to accompany her before her drug addiction kicked in, but he didn't expect that God's plan would be different. Bailey Han glanced in the direction of the bathroom and said in a low voice, I'll bring the antidote tomorrow. Mika Keto interrupted him, no need. The antidote has already been flown over from Japan. It will arrive tonight. Bailey Han sneered, I thought double insurance would be safer. His words showed that he didn't trust him. Mika Keto's face darkened and the temperature around her dropped sharply. In the end, Mika Keto reluctantly compromised. Although it was embarrassing to compromise with a love rival, for Xia Dong's safety, double insurance was more reliable. When they returned to the kindergarten, Su Yunxian had already turned from an elegant goddess to a wounded patient. Her wrist was wrapped in thick gauze and her calf was bruised. When she saw Bailey Han, Su Yunxian immediately threw herself at him and sobbed. Bailey Han frowned, why are you hurt? Is it serious? Bailey pursed his lips. What a pretentious girl. On the other side, Su Yunxian was crying. Xia Dong didn't want to make things difficult for her in front of her, so she and Bai Tangshan took the children home. Xia Dong's uncomfortable excuse could fool Xiao Guai, but it couldn't fool Xiao Bao. At night, Xiao Bao puffed up his cheeks and climbed into her bed. He said seriously, Mom, are you hiding something from me? Why did you suddenly feel unwell at the garden party? Xia Dong touched his head and said, Son, I am indeed hiding something from you, but it's a good thing. What is it? Xia Dong smiled and said, I'm pregnant. Your revenge plan is already half successful, aren't you happy? Xiao Bao's eyes widened. Mom, are you pregnant? Yeah. If you're pregnant, your entire body will tremble and you can't even walk properly. She nodded firmly. Of course. Back then, when I was pregnant with you and Gigai, I had a stronger reaction than this. She made up a lot of lies and finally managed to fool him. After leaving the kindergarten, Bailey Han drove Su Yunxian to the hospital. The examination confirmed that her wrist was severely sprained and she needed to rest for a week. Su Yunxian gritted her teeth in hatred. Damn it, it was all because of those two brats that she sprained her left wrist. She would take her revenge after she married Bailey Han. When they returned to the villa, Bailey Han personally opened the car door for her and helped her upstairs. Su Yunxian leaned into his arms, weak and weak. She bit her red lips and hesitated to speak. Han, you said you would explain. Bailey Han held her shoulders, his handsome face serious and serious. Yunxian, something happened to Xia Dong. You can understand it this way. She's sick. When she's sick, her symptoms are quite scary. I didn't want to scare others, so I sent her home. Sick. It should be the drug addiction acting up. Su Yunxian sneered in her heart, but her face showed some uneasiness. She said, her illness isn't serious, right? Bailey Han's eyes darkened and his voice was calm. It's not serious. Su Yunxian lay in his arms and smiled brightly. That's good. You don't blame me? Bailey Han stroked her long hair. Of course. I was so angry at that time. I thought you and her had an ambiguous relationship. Su Yunxian looked up at him coquettishly and poked his chest with her uninjured hand. Tell me the truth. How do you know so much about her? Is there really nothing between you two? Bailey Han looked down at her slender fingers. His long eyelashes covered the complicated look that flashed across his eyes. He held her hand and said in a low voice, "Since I've decided to spend the rest of my life with you, how can I have an ambiguous relationship with another woman?" Su Yunqian chuckled and lay on his chest. Her heart was bitter. What he felt for her was no longer love, but responsibility. As long as they didn't get married, she wouldn't be at ease. A ruthless look flashed across her eyes. Since that B*TCH Xia Dong was back, she had to start the follow-up plan. Mika Keto had been tracking down the people who kidnapped Xia Dong and the mastermind behind it. He suspected that the mastermind behind this incident was the same person who had released the video last time. After sending Xia Dong and the children home, he returned to his villa. His tall body leaned against the sofa and he asked Jiang Dao coldly, "How did it go?" "According to the description of the villagers in Kilagu, I drew the portraits of the two human traffickers." Jiang Dao unfolded a picture in his hand and showed it to Bai Tangshan as he explained, "The traffickers are a man and a woman. The man is around 30 years old, with a height of 175 to 180 centimeters, and he's slightly plump. The woman is also about 30 years old, 165 to 170 centimeters tall, and average-looking. She doesn't have any special features." Mika Keto glanced at the drawing and sneered. "Jiang Dao, as a professional killer, will you show your true face when carrying out a mission?" Jiang Dao shook his head honestly. "No." Mika Keto's slender fingers tapped on the drawing. "So, they also concealed their true faces. The only thing we can find out is their height." Jiang Dao's eyes flashed and he suddenly said, "That man is left-handed and likes to chew gum." The villagers said that he never stopped chewing from the moment he got off the car until he left. Mika Keto tapped her fingers even faster. "We can deduce two things. First, he has this hobby. Second, he is trying to quit smoking." His face darkened and he said, "Now that we have narrowed down the scope of our search, make a list of his characteristics and ask our friends in the underworld. I want to get the news as soon as possible." "Yes." Jiang Dao bowed and left. Mika Keto called Lu Xing in. Lu Xing had handsome features, but his expression was cold. He stood straight with his hands behind his back. Mika Keto looked at him and said in a low voice, "Lu Xing, I'll give you one more chance. Protect Xia Dong 24/7. If she gets hurt again, you don't have to come and see me again." "Understood." Lu Xing bowed stiffly. At the Su family's villa, Su Xingqian leaned comfortably on the soft bed. There were more than 10 pictures on the mattress in front of her, all of which were secretly taken when Xia Dong's drug addiction kicked in. Her lips curved into a strange smile. In this world, there was no impenetrable castle. She only spent a sum of money to kidnap the son of Xia Dong's nanny and made the nanny Gigai work for her. She raised her eyebrows. If she wanted to use Xia Dong to control Su Yunqian, she had to let Brother Han know that Su Yunqian was behind the kidnapping of Xia Dong. When Brother Han saw through Su Yunqian's true colors, would he still love her? Su Xingqian chuckled. She changed her SIM card and dialed a number. She laughed coquettishly. "Godfather, it's so late and you're still awake?" A man's low voice came from the other side of the phone. "My precious goddaughter is looking for me. Even if I'm asleep, I have to wake up quickly." Su Xingqian rolled on the bed and laughed heartily. "Godfather, you're so good to me. I like you the most." She kissed the man on the phone screen twice. "Godfather, are the two killers you arranged for Su Yunqian reliable?" The man was in his 40s and had a handsome face. He looked calm and capable, and there was an unfathomable shrewdness in his deep eyes. He laughed softly. "Of course they're reliable." "Why? Are you going to reel in the net?" Su Xingqian pouted. "Of course. Otherwise, the man I love will be snatched away by her." The man shook his head and looked at her affectionately. What's so good about Bailey Han that you treat him like this? Why don't Godfather introduce you to a few outstanding men? She stuck out her tongue. I don't want them. I like him. Okay. As long as you like him. Godfather will definitely help you get him. I like Godfather the most. Godfather, I think Mika Keto will find some clues soon. Don't forget to give him some hints. The man smiled gently. Okay, Godfather knows what to do. She acted coquettishly for a while more before hanging up the phone. She rolled around on the bed happily. Having learned her lesson from the day before, Xia Dong did not dare to delay after work. She got into the car that Mika Keto had sent to pick her up and went to Mika Keto's villa. She left the task of picking up the children to Jiang Dao. At the same time, Bailey Han was holding a department meeting. When it was close to 6:00, he looked up from time to time to check the time. The marketing director was writing a long report on the market development. Bailey Han knocked on the table and interrupted him. That's all for today's meeting. Redo your report. I want concise and comprehensive data, not long and flowery words. When Bailey Han rushed to Mika Keto's villa with the antidote, Xia Dong's drug addiction had already kicked in. She had already taken the antidote from Japan, but it could not completely remove the toxins in her body. It could only temporarily suppress the effects of the drug. Although she still felt terrible, she was much better than before. She could even joke around. With a pale face, she said, Brother Shen, it looks like I'll have to be your slave in my next life to repay you for saving my life. Mika Keto ruffled her hair and said in a hoarse voice, You don't have to be my slave. As long as you repay me with your body, I'll be grateful. Xia Dong laughed. Brother Shen, your Chinese is better than mine. You're fluent in idioms. Mika Keto hugged her and whispered, Don't say anything if you're feeling terrible. My heart aches when I see you like this. Bailey Han stood at the door. He suddenly felt that he was unnecessary. He put the antidote on the shelf at the entrance and turned to leave without saying goodbye. Xia Dong looked over Mika Keto's shoulder and saw Bailey Han's back. Under the setting sun, she felt inexplicably lonely. When Mika Keto heard the footsteps, he naturally knew that Bailey Han had come. When he heard the footsteps leave, he ruffled Xia Dong's hair and said softly, You did it on purpose. I just don't want to owe him anything. I already owe him too much. Xia Dong didn't look too good. She leaned into his arms tiredly. Mika Keto's gaze was deep and sharp. In my opinion, he's the one who let you down. Xia Dong smiled bitterly. Brother Shen, what happened back then wasn't what you think. He didn't let me down. He just wanted me to fulfill my promise. It was my promise that if I gave birth to a son, I would hand him over to Bailey's family to raise. Every time they talked about this issue, she would say the same thing. When he asked her for the reason, she wouldn't say anything. A hint of bitterness flashed across Mika Keto's eyes, but he still had a gentle smile on his face. Forget it. Let's not talk about those unhappy things. Yesterday, Xiao Bao won the first prize of the garden party. I promised to take him and Xiao Guai to Rome to visit Godfather during the summer vacation. Xia Dong was worried. Can Xiao Guai's body take it? Attention, Songshu 566. Chapter 114. Mika Keto stroked her hair. I was just about to discuss this with you. I want to take you to Rome to nurse your baby and Xiao Guai to stay in Rome for treatment. Let's get away from this troublesome place. What do you think? Xia Dong bit her lip. Brother Shen, let me think about it. I've thought about going to Rome to nurse my baby after I successfully stole the seed. But now, my career has just started and I suddenly realize that my existence can change the fate of many people. My job has become more meaningful. Frankly speaking, I don't want to leave. Most importantly, my family and friends are all here. I know all this. We're just staying in Rome temporarily. We'll come back after you give birth and Xiao Guai recovers. Xia Dong hesitated. Brother Shen, I want to think about it again. Okay, think about it carefully. No matter what decision you make, I'll support you. Brother Shen, thank you. Silly, I've said before that I don't want to hear those words. Xia Dong's eyes were full of smiles. I'll remember it. You're welcome. Mika Kito looked down at her smile. His eyes were full of smiles and, doting. Mika Kito's investigation soon came to a conclusion. Jiang Dao entered the office with 2 photos. Boss, we've found out the identities of the killers. The man's nickname is White Tiger, and he's good at disguising and escaping. The woman's nickname is Suzaku, and she's ranked 3rd on the list of killers in a city. Suzaku and White Tiger have been partners for many years. One is responsible for killing and the other is responsible for escaping. They've never failed. Mika Kito picked up the 2 photos on the table. White Tiger's face was covered by a beard. His shrewdness could only be seen through his cold and cunning eyes. As for Suzaku, she really didn't look like a killer. She was beautiful, charming, and eye-catching. But, like Poppy, the more charming she was, the more dangerous she was. Mika Kito's lips curved into a cold smile. His voice was bone-chilling. I want all their information, including their 3 generations of ancestors. I'll give you 2 days to find them. This time, I'll find out who's behind this. Mika Kito's people were busy searching for White Tiger and Suzaku's whereabouts. Su Yunqian did not stay idle either. She bribed one of Su Yunqian's private investigators and passed the photos of Xia Dong's drug addiction to Su Yunqian. Of course, Su Yunqian would not miss this opportunity to destroy Xia Dong. She used an overseas server to upload the photos online. As soon as the photo was released, Bei Tangshin's men discovered it. Ever since the video incident, they had been keeping a close eye on the internet, waiting for the mastermind to show his tail. With sufficient preparation, they weren't in a hurry. Before the photo was released, they had already controlled the situation and tracked the mastermind's tracks. 2 days passed. Mika Kito was having a meeting at Boao Group. Jiang Dao suddenly walked up to him and bent down to whisper something in his ear. Mika Kito's lips curved into a strange smile. He stood up in a good mood. Today's meeting is over. Thank you for your hard work. Everyone was flattered and stood up. Thank you for your hard work, President. Mika Kito straightened his suit jacket and strode out. He exuded a domineering aura. As he walked past, the employees made way for him and bowed their heads respectfully. Jiang Dao followed closely behind. After leaving the building, Jiang Dao jogged to the car and opened the door for him. Mika Kito walked in and asked. Where are they now? I just brought them back to the villa at Repulse Bay. Mika Kito patted Jiang Dao's shoulder and smiled eerily. Jiang Dao, you did well. Jiang Dao's heart skipped a beat. Boss's devilish smile was on his face. Someone was going to be in trouble. Repulse Bay Villa was another villa owned by Mika Kito. As it was far from Xia Dong's house, he rarely stayed here. There were no large groups of servants in the villa. There was only a deaf and mute old man in charge of cleaning and feeding the dog. Mika Kito went straight to the basement. To be more precise, it was a prison cell. As soon as he entered the basement, the strong smell of blood mixed with the stench of decay hit him in the face. It was nauseating. Under the glaring light, 2 badly mutilated bodies were tied to the wall by iron chains. Their faces were stained with blood. Judging from their figures, the one on the left was a man, and the one on the right was a woman. Seeing Mika Kito enter, someone immediately pushed a chair over and placed it 5 meters away from the 2 men. Mika Kito sat down and crossed his arms. He looked at the 2 men with an expressionless face. White Tiger, Suzaku, I'm sorry to interrupt your trip to Vanuatu. Let's talk about the case you recently took on. Jiang Dao walked over to them with Xia Dong's photo and showed it to them. Mika Kito said coldly, "You touched my woman. I want to know who your employer is." White Tiger spat out the bloody gum in his mouth and grinned. "You've got the wrong person. We don't even know her." Mika Kito's sharp gaze swept over. White Tiger, real name Li Hu, 32 years old, has committed 45 crimes. Murder, kidnapping, theft, and trafficking of women. Jiang Dao, tell me, what kind of punishment will such a sinful person receive? Jiang Dao spat out 2 words coldly. Death by shooting. White Tiger laughed. Ever since I chose this path, I've never been afraid of death. Is that so? Mika Kito's lips curled into a cruel smile. I wonder if your parents in your hometown have the same thoughts. White Tiger's blood-stained body froze. Suzaku suddenly sneered. Boss Beitang, you're really something. You even know our background. Then you must know that there are rules in our line of work. We never reveal our employer's information. Her blood-stained face turned to White Tiger and stared at him sharply. White Tiger gritted his teeth and lowered his head. He did not speak. Mika Kito suddenly stood up and walked over to Suzaku. She met his gaze arrogantly, cold and determined. He sneered. Suzaku, no parents. You grew up in an orphanage. You don't seem to have any flaws. Suzaku looked back at him coldly. Mika Kito, I advise you not to waste your time on us. No, why would it be a waste of time? Mika Kito waved his hand. Jiang Dao took out a photo and handed it to Suzaku. She glanced at it and her pupils constricted. Mika Kito observed her reaction and said expressionlessly, "She's the director of the orphanage, Lin Qingxiu. She's 54 years old this year." Director Lin said that she still remembers that 25 years ago, she picked up a baby girl who was less than a year old at the entrance of the orphanage. She named the baby girl Lin Wuyu because she hoped that the child could grow up without any worries. Am I right? Suzaku or Lin Wuyu? Suzaku said coldly, so Boss Beitang is good at telling stories. I'm impressed. Mika Kito pinched her chin. His gloomy eyes were frighteningly cold. My patience is limited. I don't have time to beat around the bush with you. Tell me who the employer is. Otherwise, he glanced at White Tiger coldly, his parents and Director Lin will leave this world before you. Suzaku looked at him with hatred. She gritted her teeth and did not say a word. White Tiger hung his head lifelessly and did not say a word. Very well. It seems that you won't give up until you see the coffin, Jiang Dao. Mika Kito shook off Suzaku's chin and wiped the blood on his fingers with a handkerchief. Jiang Dao waved his hand. Someone came in with a laptop and opened a video file. An elderly couple was tied to a chair. Their mouths were stuffed with rags. They stared at the camera in horror. The camera panned down. A small time bomb was tied to their calves. The timer showed that there was 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 6 seconds left. The ticking sound of the timer rang in the silent room. White Tiger was frightened. He looked at his elderly parents on the screen. His eyes were filled with pain and confusion. The scene changed. The main characters of the video were the children of the orphanage. They were laughing and jumping happily. They pushed the director of the orphanage in front of the camera. The director smiled kindly. Wu Yu, I'm relieved to hear that you're doing well. I told you that I shouldn't disturb you. Your friend is very enthusiastic. He insisted that I follow him to stay at your place for a few days. Suzaku slowly closed her eyes and stopped watching the video. Mika Kito said coldly. You have 1 hour and 30 minutes to think. Once the time is up, the bomb will explode and Director Lin will meet with an accident on her way out of the orphanage. After saying this, Mika Kito left with his men without looking back. Only White Tiger and Suzaku were left in the spacious basement. The ticking sound of the time bomb on the laptop could be heard. Drip, 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 drip. The sound of the drip beat on their hearts. Mika Kito looked at the two silent people on the monitor. He leaned back and lay comfortably on the chair. Jiang Dao hesitated for a moment and asked. Boss, will this trick work? Mika Kito said coldly. As long as they have a weakness, it will work. Their family is their weakness. When he was negotiating with them, he could tell that they were cold-blooded but not heartless enough. They couldn't let go of their feelings. Boss, if they confess, how should we deal with them? Mika Kito looked at Jiang Dao domineeringly. What do you think? No matter what the reason was, anyone who dared to touch his woman must die. Jiang Dao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He felt that he had asked a stupid question. Time ticked by. Through the monitor, it could be seen that White Tiger was becoming more and more restless. Its slightly plump body was twisting and turning. Although Vermilion Bird was still calm, her clenched fists revealed her nervousness at the moment. 10 minutes left. 5 minutes left. White Tiger finally couldn't take it anymore. He turned to Suzaku. Suzaku, let's admit defeat. Vermilion Bird's face was covered in blood, and it was already impossible to see her face. She bit her lips tightly, and even when she tasted the taste of blood, she still refused to let go. There were still 3 minutes left. 2 minutes later, the sound of water splashing could be heard in the video. It turned out that White Tiger's parents were so frightened that they lost control of their bowels. White Tiger's shoulders trembled and he shouted. Mika Kito, I know you're there. Come out. I'll tell you everything. Let go of my parents now. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The timer was still ringing. 1 minute, 50 seconds. White Tiger was on the verge of breaking down. He shouted hysterically. Mika Kito, let go of my parents. Let them go. I beg you. I'm begging you. 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds, the screen suddenly changed. Principal Lin said goodbye to the children and walked out of the orphanage with her luggage. Not far away, an unlicensed car was speeding in her direction. Come and see. Songshu 566. Chapter 115. Suzaku's eyes widened in horror as she screamed frantically. I'll talk. I'll talk. Stop. Stop. 2 seconds, 1 second, just as Director Lin was scared silly by the menacing car, the person beside her pushed her away from the roaring car like lightning. At the same time, the car suddenly turned the steering wheel, turned into a small alley, and quickly disappeared. The video cut to White Tiger's parents, and the timer stopped at 0.01 seconds. Although the bomb did not explode, his parents had already fainted from the shock. White Tiger and Suzaku were trembling in fear. Mika Kito's crisp footsteps were heard, and his tall figure appeared in front of them. He said expressionlessly, "You can tell me now. Who ordered you to do this?" White Tiger looked at the computer screen nervously. "Before we tell you, we have to ensure their safety." Mika Kito waved his hand, and Jiang Dao took out his phone and said a few words in Japanese. After a few seconds, a man wearing a mask appeared on the screen. He removed the bomb tied to White Tiger's parents' legs and stuffed something into their mouths. White Tiger looked up at Mika Kito. Mika Kito said indifferently. "Don't be nervous. That drug was only used to make them forget this unpleasant memory." Suzaku sneered. "Erasing their memories and cleaning up the scene without leaving any clues. Mika Kito, you're so smart." Beitang Shin didn't care about her sarcastic tone at all. His gaze fell on her indifferently. "As for your Principal Lin, because an accident almost happened, your friend deeply apologized and asked her to rest for a while before visiting you. Are you satisfied with my arrangements?" "I'm satisfied. I couldn't be more satisfied." Suzaku sighed. "Mika Kito, I admit defeat." Mikakito leaned back comfortably in his chair. Very well. Now let's talk about what you know. Remember, don't play any tricks. If I can threaten you once, I can threaten you a second time. White Tiger quickly exchanged glances with Suzaku, and there was a look of submission in his eyes. The vermilion bird closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, they were already cold. Under the contrast of the blood that filled her eyes, she appeared extremely cold. She slowly said, Su Yunqian. I once heard the employer's name from the middleman. Her name is Su Yunqian. Mikakito's eyes narrowed. Are you talking about Su Yunqian, the daughter of Su Bolin? Su Yunqian must be rich to be able to pay 2 million to hire an assassin. There were many people with the same name in this world, but there was only one rich Su Yunqian. Mikakito narrowed her eyes, and there was a dangerous glint in her eyes. I want to know more details. Suzaku said, in the beginning, the employer wanted to create an accident to get rid of Miss Xia's baby. White Tiger and I did a lot of things, but Miss Xia was very lucky and escaped all of them. Mikakito was shocked. Damn it. Only a few people knew about Xia's pregnancy. Where did Su Yunqian find out about it? Did Bailey Han find out? Later, the employer said that she wanted to change the plan. She wanted us to kidnap Miss Xia and sell her to a poor and remote place. Then, she would become addicted to drugs. Suzaku narrated the story emotionlessly, but Mikakito was furious. Su Yunqian was too vicious. Drugs, poverty, and a deformed child. She wanted Xia to live in pain and despair for the rest of her life. He suppressed his anger and stared coldly at Suzaku. Who is your middleman? Suzaku said calmly, I can't say. Mikakito stared at her coldly. After a few seconds, he suddenly stood up and said coldly, I can let go of the middleman, but I don't believe you. You have to confront Su Yunqian face to face. Okay. Suzaku was relieved that he gave in. If she dared to betray the middleman, she wouldn't be any better than she was now. Mikakito walked out of the basement and sat in the back seat of the car. He dialed Bailey Han's number. To be honest, he wanted to see Bailey Han's expression when he found out that Su Yunqian was the mastermind. What a pity. As soon as the call connected, Bai Tangshan briefly explained the situation. Of course, he did not mention that Xia Dong was pregnant. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Then, Bailey Han said coldly, Yunqian would never do such a thing. Mikakito sneered. I knew you would say that. So, I'll give you and Su Yunqian a chance to argue. I'll take you to see the two killers at 8:00 tonight. After hanging up the phone, Bailey Han stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in his office. Looking at the tall buildings outside, he suddenly felt depressed. He didn't believe that Su Yunqian would do such a thing. In his eyes, she had always been elegant and kind. It was impossible for her to do such a vicious thing. Linda, inform all the departments that the afternoon meeting will be postponed to tomorrow. I'm going out. Bailey Han informed Linda through the internal phone. He straightened his coat and walked out quickly. Hello, Mr. Bailey. In the Su group, Su Yunqian's assistant was surprised and stood up to greet him. The director is in a meeting. She'll be back soon. I'll wait for her in the office. Bailey Han's face was cold, and his deep eyes were full of a terrifying aura. No one dared to look at him directly. Okay. The assistant quickly opened the office door. Please come in. What would you like to drink? Coffee or tea? Black coffee, no sugar. Okay, please wait a moment. Su Yunqian walked out of the meeting room. Her left wrist was still bandaged. The assistant hurried forward and whispered, Director, Mr. Bailey has been here for half an hour. He's waiting for you in your office. Su Yunqian raised her eyebrows. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Mr. Bailey said not to disturb your meeting. Okay, I see. Su Yunxian waved her hand, opened the office door and walked in. In the office, Bailey Han stood facing the floor-to-ceiling window with his back to her. His tall and straight body was like a pine tree. She walked forward and hugged him from behind with her right hand. She chuckled and said, "Han, why are you here?" Bailey Han didn't move and let her hug him. His voice was very calm. "Yunxian, I'm here for one thing." Su Yunxian sensed that something was wrong with his mood. She let go of him and walked to his face. She smiled and said, "What's the matter?" "It's about Xia Dong." There was no expression on his face and his voice was very calm, but Su Yunxian felt inexplicably uneasy. He looked at her and continued, "A few days ago, Xia Dong was kidnapped and sold to a remote mountain village. Mika Keto caught the kidnappers and questioned them about the mastermind behind the kidnapping. The kidnappers said that they were ordered by you." Su Yunxian suddenly widened her eyes, her astonished expression was completely exposed. How could it be? I wouldn't do such a thing. I don't know any kidnappers." She anxiously grabbed his arm. "Han, you have to believe me. I didn't do it." Bailey Han looked at her steadily. Her shock and panic were so real that they didn't seem fake. He slowly held her hand. "Of course I believe you. Mika Keto will take us to see the kidnappers at 8 o'clock tonight. At that time, you can prove your innocence." She bit her lip and seemed to be so anxious that she was about to cry. "But what if they insist that it was me and frame me for this matter? What should I do? Han, I'm so scared. How could this happen?" Bailey Han looked into her eyes. "If they really framed you, then we'll find the real mastermind behind this. Yunxian, don't be afraid. I'm here." Su Yunxian was touched and threw herself into his arms. Her delicate body trembled slightly. In a place where he couldn't see, a trace of ruthlessness flashed through her beautiful eyes. Damn it, those two stupid killers dared to betray her. She had to quickly think of a countermeasure. After Bailey Han left, Su Yunxian supported her cheek with one hand and looked out of the window expressionlessly, thinking of a countermeasure. Her phone suddenly rang. Her eyes lit up and she smiled as she answered. She said in English, "Darling, how's it going?" The man on the other side of the phone said in a low and magnetic voice, "Don't worry about me. The trap has been dug and we're just waiting for the prey to jump in." Her smile became even brighter. "Very good, darling. I've run into some trouble here. I need to borrow your falcon." "No problem. But you can't let Falcon's identity be exposed. He's my secret weapon. Don't worry, I just want him to do me a small favor." Falcon was a hacker. He was more powerful than Killer Whale. The difference was that Killer Whale could be bought with money, but Falcon only worked for his master. She had already thought of a way to turn the tables, but the risk was very high. Su Yunxian's lips curled into a strange smile. However, if the risk wasn't high, how could it be exciting? At 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Dao drove to the predetermined location and picked up Bailey Han and Su Yunxian. When they arrived at the Repulse Bay Villa, Mika Keto had also just arrived. He had just accompanied Xia Dong through her drug addiction at her house and rushed over. He didn't hide the existence of the basement and directly brought the two of them into the basement. As soon as they walked into the basement, Su Yunxian couldn't help but frown at the unpleasant smell. The light was very glaring, illuminating every corner clearly. Bailey Han glanced at White Tiger and Suzaku who were chained to the wall. Su Yunxian appeared to be a little timid as she held onto Bailey Han's arm delicately. Bailey Han patted the back of her hand comfortingly, indicating that she shouldn't be afraid. Mika Keto looked meaningfully at Su Yunxian before finally looking at Suzaku. "Suzaku, this is Su Yunxian, Miss Su, the employer you mentioned. Now that she's standing in front of you, what do you want to say to her?" Suzaku was silent for 2 seconds before she said, "Miss Su, I'm sorry. I have to betray you for the people I want to protect. Attention, Shinwoo 799. Chapter 116. Su Yunqian was stunned. But I don't even know you. I don't know what you're talking about. Suzaku said, on June 30th, you issued a mission through a middleman. Within 5 days, you were to create an accident and cause Miss Xia Dong to lose her child. Wait a minute. What do you mean by lose the child? Bailey Han suddenly interrupted Suzaku. Suzaku was about to answer when Mika Kito beat her to it and said, Xia is pregnant. Bailey Han's eyes narrowed. She was pregnant. Whose child was it? He immediately thought of what happened that night at Charm Club. They didn't take any precautions. Could it be? He was nervous and uneasy, but there was also a hint of anticipation. Damn it, what was he anticipating? He was about to marry Su Yunqian, and she already had a fiancé. Mika Kito seemed to see through his thoughts. She smiled and said, Xia didn't want to have a child so soon. I wanted her to give the baby and Gigai a younger brother or sister. Alright, Suzaku, continue. So it was Mika Kito's child. Bailey Han's nervous fists slowly relaxed, but he felt a little uncomfortable. Su Yunqian was also suspicious. She was originally certain that Xia Dong was pregnant with Bailey Han's child, but after hearing Mika Kito's words, she was a little doubtful. However, she didn't dwell on it for long. She still focused on Suzaku. After the small interlude, Suzaku continued, in the past 5 days, we created many accidents, but Miss Xia avoided all of them. After Miss Xia heard this, she changed her plan. She asked us to kidnap Miss Xia and sell her to another province. She also asked the middleman to give us a box of medicine and let us inject it into Miss Xia. Su Yunqian frowned and said, your name is Suzaku, right? Suzaku, I think what you said is full of loopholes. If I was really the employer, I wouldn't let anyone know my identity. How did you know that I was the employer? Suzaku said, according to the rules of this line of work, killers accept missions through the middleman. They wouldn't know the employer's identity, but I have a good relationship with the middleman, so he felt that it wouldn't matter if he told me. Su Yunqian smiled. Did your middleman tell you the employer's identity before? Vermilion Bird paused. No. Su Yunqian stared into her eyes. Then why did you tell me the employer's identity this time? Don't you think it's strange? Or should I say, this is a scam? You want to frame me? Suzaku's voice turned cold. No, the middleman wouldn't do such a thing. In our line of work, reputation is the most important thing. The middleman wouldn't ruin his own reputation. Bailey Han said in a low voice, who is your middleman? Ask him to come over and explain it clearly. Impossible. Suzaku refused without thinking. I've already reached my limit by betraying the employer. If I betray the middleman, not only will White Tiger and I lose our lives, even our relatives won't have a good ending. Su Yunqian said considerately, since that's the case, we won't force you. But you have to show evidence to prove that what you said is true. Suzaku smiled. Miss Su, I remember that you transferred the money to us. Why don't you ask Mr. Beitang to check your account? Su Yunqian smiled. Sure, Mr. Beitang. If you need, I can give you all my bank accounts. There's no need. Mika Kito spat out these 3 words coldly and signaled to Jiang Dao with her eyes. Jiang Dao took out a piece of detailed account information from the folder in his hand. Jiang Dao explained, we checked the account that transferred the money to Suzaku. The person who opened the account is Yi Qing. Miss Su must know her because she's a servant in Miss Su's house. Su Yunqian was shocked. How could this be? Sister Yi wouldn't do such a thing. Mika Kito sneered. Of course Yi Qing wouldn't hire someone to kidnap Xia. It's just that her account was stolen. Su Yunqian said unhappily, what do you mean? Are you suspecting that I used Sister Ye's account? Mika Kito glanced at her coldly. It's not a suspicion. It's the truth. Bailey Han stepped forward and stood side by side with Su Yunqian to confront Mika Keto. Mr. Beitang, since you also said that Yi Qing's account was stolen, that person might not necessarily be Yunqian. Please show us more concrete evidence. Mika Keto's sharp gaze swept over Suzaku. Suzaku bit her lip and her eyes suddenly lit up. There's another way. The small metal box containing the medicine was handed to the middleman by the employer, who then handed it to me. The middleman wore gloves when he handed it to me. Every time I touched it, I also wore gloves. If we check for fingerprints, we might be able to find the employer. Mika Keto's expression changed. Many people had touched the box, including Wang Fugue and the others who were far away in Chili Valley. If they wanted to check the fingerprints one by one, it would definitely take a long time. Bailey Han also considered this problem and frowned. Is there any other evidence? Suzaku racked her brains but could not think of any other evidence. White Tiger suddenly shouted excitedly, "Photo, photo, Miss Xia's photo." Suzaku also became excited after he reminded her. Yes, the middleman gave us a photo of the target and said that it was sent by the employer. There must be the employer's fingerprints on it. Su Yunqian's eyes moved. What photo? She was worried that there would be clues left behind, so she sent an electronic photo to her godfather. How could there be any fingerprints left? Mika Keto asked, "Where's the photo?" White Tiger quickly said, "It's in my bag." The bag White Tiger was talking about was the luggage he carried when he was caught by Mika Keto's men. Hearing this, Jiang Dao immediately ran out of the basement. After a few minutes, he came back with his luggage. It's in the innermost pocket. White Tiger felt lucky that he did not throw away Xia Dong's photo. Wearing rubber gloves, Jiang Dao took out Xia Dong's photo from the bag. Mika Keto nodded, and Jiang Dao immediately took the photo to someone to get the fingerprints on it. Mika Keto whispered something to the person next to her. The person immediately put on a pair of gloves and brought over a clean glass. "Miss Su, please leave your fingerprints." Su Yunqian looked at Bailey Han awkwardly. Bailey Han comforted her. "Yunqian, don't be afraid. Leave your fingerprints. After they compare your fingerprints, they can prove your innocence." Su Yunqian gritted her teeth. She felt that this matter was a bit strange. Although she was sure that she did not give her godfather Xia Dong's photo, what if someone framed her and the fingerprints matched? Mika Keto saw her hesitation. She stared at her with sharp eyes like a hawk and said coldly, "Miss Su, can I take it that you don't dare to leave your fingerprints because you feel guilty?" "Of course not." She immediately showed a charming smile. "Why wouldn't I dare? I didn't do anything wrong." She elegantly held the glass. Mika Keto sneered and said lightly, "Thank you for your hard work today. I'll let you know when the results are out tomorrow." Bailey Han nodded and left the villa with Su Yunqian. He drove her to the door and glanced at her left wrist. "Yunqian, how's the injury on your hand?" She smiled. "It's not very painful." "Han, do you want to sit in my room?" Bailey Han leaned over and kissed her forehead. "No, you're tired. Rest early. Say hello to Uncle and Auntie for me." "Okay." She hugged him and said softly, "Han, you have to believe me. I really didn't do it." "I know." Bailey Han's lips curved. "I believe you." He opened the car door for her and held her hand like a gentleman. "Go in. Don't think too much." Su Yunqian nodded and waved her hand with a smile. On the other hand, Xia Dong had been able to suppress the drug addiction in her body with the antidote. When the drug addiction kicked in, it was far less painful than before, so she didn't have to find an excuse to sneak out to avoid the children. When the drug addiction kicked in, she locked herself in the room. Mika Keto insisted on accompanying her. She couldn't persuade him, so she had to listen to him. However, she did feel more at ease with him by her side. That day, after Mika Keto accompanied her through the drug addiction, he said that he had something to do and left in a hurry. She didn't ask. After taking a shower, she played with the two little guys on the sofa for a while. She touched Xiao Guai's head and asked, "Gigai, what if mommy takes you to Rome to play with God Grandpa?" "Okay." Xiao Guai clapped his little hands happily. "I haven't seen God Grandpa for a long time. I miss him so much." "Then let's go to God Grandpa in a few days." Xia Dong thought about Mika Kito's words for a long time and finally made a decision. Someone in City A wanted to harm her. Before she cured Xiao Guai, she'd better leave. Xiao Bao blinked his big eyes. "Mom, how long will we be gone?" Xia Dong smiled. "More than 10 months. Ah." Xiao Guai's pink little face immediately fell. "But I can go back to kindergarten in 10 months. I want to go back to kindergarten. I don't want to stay in Rome for so long." Xia Dong rubbed her cheek against her daughter's little face and said with a smile, "Don't worry, mommy will definitely take you back to kindergarten." Xiao Guai pouted. "Then what about brother? Brother only has 2 months of summer vacation." Xiao Bao's mind worked quickly. He soon understood why his mother wanted to take them away for 10 months. It must be to treat Gigai's illness. Thus, he shrugged indifferently. "I'm fine. I'll go wherever you guys are. It's the same to study in Rome." Xiao Guai was moved to tears. "Brother, you're the best." Xia Dong ruffled her son's hair. "Son, you're the best." "Pfft, Mom, don't be like Xiao Guai. I'm going to be shocked to death by you." Xiao Bao shook his little shoulders exaggeratedly and made an expression that said he couldn't stand it. Xia Dong pinched his little face angrily. "Why is it that when I say the same thing, it's like thunder rolling in the sky, but when Xiao Guai says it, it makes you so happy?" Xiao Bao rolled his eyes at her. "You're not as cute as Gigai." "Wow, you evil brat." Xiao Guai giggled. Attention, Hengcha 866. Chapter 117. Repulse Bay Villa. Mika Kito stared coldly at Su Yunxian. She raised a test report in her right hand and announced the results. "As you can see, the fingerprints on the photo are the same as Miss Su's fingerprints on the glass." "No, that's impossible." Su Yunxian grabbed the test report excitedly and quickly scanned the results. She shook her head in disbelief. "This is impossible. I didn't touch the photo at all, and I didn't give it to the kidnappers." "You're framing me." "Yunxian, calm down." Bailey Han comforted her and took the test report from her hand. After reading it carefully, he stared sharply at Mika Kito. "Yunxian's suspicion is right. You asked someone to do this report. Only you know the truth." Mika Kito crossed her arms and sneered. "You think I'm framing Su Yunxian? Why would I do that?" Bailey Han's words were sharp. "I can try to guess that it's because you want to deal with me." Shenghao Group and Boao Group were competitors. It was no secret that Boao Group was against Shenghao Group in every aspect. Mika Kito sneered. "Mixing personal and business matters together? That's not my style." "Bailey Han, I'm not you. I won't cancel the contract for personal reasons and cause a loss of 10 million yuan." Mika Kito was directly insinuating that he cancelled the advertising cooperation with Glamour magazine because of Xia Dong. Bailey Han's face darkened and he said coldly, "In any case, your report is not convincing. Even if the fingerprints are the same, we can't rule out the possibility that someone framed Yunxian." White Tiger couldn't help but shout, "What do you mean? Suzaku and I have already fallen to this point. Do you think we would lie?" Bailey Han was expressionless. "What you said may be the truth, but you also heard it from the middleman. Can you guarantee that the middleman is telling the truth?" White Tiger was not convinced. "Of course, I know the middleman's character very well. He definitely won't lie." Mika Kito said calmly, "Bailey Han, I didn't expect you to be so biased. Even with scientific evidence, you still think it's not enough. He shook his head and showed a regretful expression. Whether you believe it or not, this report was made by an authoritative organization. I definitely did not interfere. As for the rest, I'll leave it to you to judge. Bailey Han's face suddenly turned ugly. Su Yunxian frowned unhappily and said sternly, Mr. Beitang, what do you mean? Han, believe me. Do you think this is wrong? I didn't do it, so why can't Han believe me? Mika Keto sneered. Miss Su, you really have a glib tongue. Even in the face of irrefutable evidence, you can still bite back. Su Yunxian was so angry that her eyebrows were raised. You're slandering me. Mika Keto stopped smiling and exuded a cold and domineering aura. I'll use facts to tell you whether I'm slandering you or not. Miss Su, don't forget, we still have a witness. The godfather, the middleman that Suzaku and the others were talking about. Su Yunxian's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. Although it was just a flash, Mika Keto, who had been watching her closely, still noticed it. He was even more certain that she was the culprit and was determined to expose her true colors. Bailey Han also noticed it. On the way back, Bailey Han didn't say a word until he sent Su Yunxian to the door. He turned to look at her with a calm gaze. Yunxian, I believe Mika Keto's report is correct. The fingerprints on the photo were left by you. Tell me, did you touch that photo? Su Yunxian widened her eyes in disbelief. Her eyes were covered with a layer of mist as she choked and said, You don't believe me. You actually suspect me. His voice was cold. If I didn't believe you, I wouldn't have defended you in front of Mika Keto. Then why did you say that? Su Yunxian's eyes were misty with tears. He frowned. If it's as we guessed and someone deliberately framed you, then the photo might have been tampered with. If you remember when you touched that photo, you might be able to find out who framed you. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but her tears fell even harder. I don't know. Maybe I really did touch it. But I really don't remember. She couldn't say that she hired a private investigator to steal the photo, right? But the point was, who stole the photo and gave it to the kidnappers? Did the godfather really betray her? Bailey Han sighed and took out a tissue to wipe her tears. She apologized softly, I'm sorry, Han. I didn't know things would turn out like this. Okay, I'm not blaming you. It's just that Mika Keto won't let it go so easily. I think he'll find the middleman next. Su Yunxian's heart skipped a beat and she asked carefully, Han, if, and I'm saying if, the middleman also proves that I hired someone to frame Xia Dong, will you still believe me? Bailey Han's eyes darkened and he didn't answer immediately. Although he trusted Su Yunxian, he was also rational. Who would go through so much trouble to set up such a trap to frame Yunxian? Moreover, it was such a coincidence to target Xia Dong. Are you starting to hesitate? Su Yunxian didn't get an answer. She bit her lip and said with tears in her eyes, then I'll admit it. I hate Xia Dong. I hate that she always gets close to you, so I hired someone to frame her. Are you satisfied now? Bailey Han frowned helplessly. Yunxian, what are you doing? I didn't say that I didn't trust you. But you showed it. She didn't give up. He rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. I'm just thinking. Who could possibly want to frame you and Xia Dong? What can the person who framed you get in return? Su Yunxian smiled through her tears. In the basement of the Repulse Bay Villa, Beitangshan ordered people to release Vermilion Bird and White Tiger from the wall. As soon as the two were released, they fell limply to the ground. They had originally suffered heavy injuries, and had been hung for 2 days, so it would be strange if they didn't become limp. I want to make a deal with you. Mika Keto looked at them condescendingly. Tell me the identity of the middleman and I'll spare your lives. Suzaku smiled bitterly. The offer is very tempting, but we can't agree. Then add one more condition. I guarantee the safety of White Tiger's parents and Director Lin. Mika Kito knew what they were most worried about. Suzaku and White Tiger couldn't believe it. They didn't believe that the cruel and cold Mika Kito would let them go. White Tiger gritted his teeth. Why should we believe you? We kidnapped Miss Xia and caused her to become addicted to drugs. Are you really going to let us go? He had already seen that Mika Kito loved Xia Dong deeply. Anyone who dared to hurt her would be tortured miserably. Mika Kito looked indifferent. Do you have any other choice except to believe me? If you don't tell me, you'll die. If you tell me, not only will you survive, but you may also save the lives of your loved ones. They hesitated for a long time, but in the end, their desire to live prevailed. White Tiger's face was ashen as he said, in fact, we don't know the identity of the middleman. We only know that his nickname is Godfather. He has been the contact of all the killers in a city since we started this business. Mika Kito raised his eyebrows. How can we find him? Suzaku leaned weakly against the wall and said, there's a bar called Blue Series. He often lurks there, wearing a mask to mix drinks for the customers. No one has seen his real face. Mika Kito glanced at Jiang Dao, who immediately led his men to the bar called Blue Series. 2 hours later, Mika Kito received a call from him. Blue Series was closed, and no one knew where Godfather was. Where else can we find him? Godfather, this person was not simple. Suzaku shook her head. This is the only way to find him. There's only one phone number. She told Mika Kito the phone number. She dialed the number and heard a cold voice. Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service. Mika Kito looked at her coldly. It's not in service. She smiled mysteriously. It's not in service. Wait for 2 minutes. 2 minutes later, Mika Kito's phone rang. The caller ID was a string of garbled codes, and he could not see the caller's number. He answered the call and heard a gloomy voice. I'm Godfather. Mika Kito narrowed his eyes and said slowly. I'm Mika Kito. Godfather sneered. So you're the head of the Yamaguchi gang. Nice to meet you. What can I do for you? Mika Kito said indifferently. I heard you recently accepted a job, and the target is my fiancé. Godfather paused and his voice became serious. Yes, I did. Why? Are you here to settle the score with me? Mika Kito sneered. I know the rules of the underworld, and I won't do anything to you. I just want to know who the employer is. Godfather refused. I won't tell you the employer's name. This is the rule. Mika Kito asked casually. Even if it means becoming the enemy of the entire Yamaguchi gang? Godfather smiled bitterly. Boss Beitang, I'm just trying to make a living. Why do you have to force me? Mika Kito said word by word. Whoever dares to touch my woman and child is courting death. He exuded a cold and murderous aura, and Suzaku and White Tiger couldn't help but shiver. The Godfather was silent for a long time before he said, I can tell you the name of my employer, but you can't let this matter spread out. You can't ruin my reputation, or I'll keep this secret even if I have to die without a burial place. Okay, I promise. Mika Kito said without hesitation. Her name is Su Yunqian. After saying this, the Godfather hung up the phone. After the call ended, Mika Kito also ended the recording on his phone. His lips curved into a sinister smile. Su Yunqian, let's see what else you have to say this time. Welfare, Shinwu 799. Chapter 118. Mika Kito played the recorded conversation in front of Bailey Han and Su Yunqian. Although Bailey Han was prepared for it, his expression still changed after hearing it. Su Yunqian jumped up from her seat and screamed, I don't believe it. I'm going to ask Suzaku and White Tiger why they framed me. At this moment, she was the perfect example of a person who had been framed. Bailey Han stopped her. Yunxian, calm down. We'll get to the bottom of this. How can I not be excited? Who is it that framed me? Su Yunxian abandoned all her elegance and pushed Bailey Han's arm in agitation. Han, don't stop me. I have to get to the bottom of this. Mika Kito looked at her coldly. Okay, I'll allow you to interrogate them. I'll go with you. Bailey Han frowned and followed Su Yunxian. Mika Kito watched them walk to the basement coldly. Jiang Dao whispered, Boss, should we follow them? No need. Let's go to the monitoring room. In the monitoring room, Mika Kito sat in front of the monitor and saw Su Yunxian angrily questioning Suzaku and White Tiger. The surveillance camera had a 360-degree view without any blind spots. He could clearly see the anger on her face. At the same time, he could also see Bailey Han's cold expression. The screen suddenly flashed. White lines flashed across the screen and covered the entire screen in waves. The people on the screen were all blocked. What's going on? Mika Kito frowned and patted the monitor. It's probably broken. Jiang Dao wiped the sweat on his forehead and hurriedly called the technicians over. In the basement, Su Yunxian sternly questioned Suzaku and White Tiger. They calmly said that they didn't frame her and were just telling the truth. She casually glanced at the time on her wrist. Suddenly, she pounced on Suzaku as if she had gone crazy. Bailey Han hurriedly stepped forward and held her shoulders to calm her down. She clenched her teeth and sobbed. Her right hand was behind her back. She used her middle finger to scratch her clothes, leaving a long mark. Then, she used her middle finger to tap her thumb rhythmically. Suzaku first noticed her right hand. At first, Suzaku thought that she was doing it subconsciously. But later, she realized that something was wrong. Su Yunxian was using Morse code. Su Yunxian was using Morse code to send her a message. Suzaku's heart suddenly jumped. She quickly glanced at the cameras around her. She boldly guessed that since Su Yunxian dared to use Morse code with her back facing her, she must have found a way to interfere with the cameras. She began to focus on Su Yunxian's fingers to see what message she was trying to send. Su Yunxian buried her head in Bailey Han's arms and cried. Her right hand, which was hidden behind her back, was tapping rhythmically. She told Suzaku, My godfather never told the assassins the name of his employer, but he told you my name. Have you ever doubted his intentions? Vermilion Bird's pupils suddenly shrank. In fact, she also had her suspicions, but this thought only flashed through her mind before she discarded it. She believed that her godfather was a righteous person. But today, when Bai Tangshan threatened her godfather, he didn't even hesitate to reveal his employer's name. This indeed made her somewhat disappointed. Even though she herself had betrayed her employer, Su Yunxian used Morse code again. He had long planned to betray you. Think about it. You changed your appearance and escaped abroad. You even used fake identities. How did Mika Kito find you in 2 days? That's because someone secretly tipped her off. Suzaku was shocked again. Only she, White Tiger, and her godfather, who helped them get fake IDs, knew about her and White Tiger going to Vanuatu. Did her godfather really betray them? Su Yunxian's fingers moved again. Are you willing to be betrayed by your godfather? Why do you want to be righteous when your godfather is heartless? Well, that's all I have to say. Think about it yourselves. Su Yunxian estimated the time it took Falcon to hack into the villa's CCTV and quickly stopped typing the password. When Bailey Han comforted her, she said weakly, Han, I don't want to stay here anymore. Bailey Han held her arm. Okay, let's go. The moment they left the basement, the CCTV returned to normal. Mika Kito's eyes moved. She felt that it was too much of a coincidence that the CCTV was broken. She called her subordinate who was guarding the basement door. The subordinate told her that Su Yunxian did not say anything. After yelling angrily, she leaned into Bailey Han's arms and cried. Mika Keto frowned and was deep in thought. Just then, one of her subordinates came in and said, "Boss, someone uploaded the photos 3 days ago. We have a clue." 3 days ago, someone uploaded the photos of Xia Dong's drug addiction to the internet through a foreign server. Fortunately, Mika Keto was prepared and intercepted it, so it did not cause a stir. Mika Keto looked at her subordinate and gestured for him to continue. Ouyang cracked the other party's IP address. Through the IP address, we found out the other party's identity. He is a hacker. He said that a client from China contacted him and asked him to release the photos. He did not know the other party's name, but he received the photos through an email. Through the email used to trade with the hacker, we tracked down the address. The subordinate handed a small notebook to Mika Keto and pointed at a little red dot on the map. The Su family. Mika Keto's eyes narrowed dangerously. The Su Bolin family? No, it's Su Murong's family. What? Mika Keto raised his eyebrows in surprise. Xia Xia's father, Xia Zhensheng, married Su Murong. He had investigated thoroughly and found out that they had a daughter named Su Xingqian. How could they be involved in the theft and photos? He had always thought that the mastermind behind the theft, photos, and kidnapping was the same person. Could he have been wrong? After a moment of shock, Mika Keto's face darkened. Things are getting more and more interesting. Who took these photos and who wants to harm Xia Xia? I'll get to the bottom of this. He flipped through the photos carefully, trying to find clues. In the photos, Xia Dong was lying on the bed in pain. Her body was convulsing, and the background was in her bedroom. Wait a minute. Except for the one time when she first came back, she spent the time in her own bedroom. After that, he had brought her to his villa every time. Mika Keto suddenly flew into a rage and slammed the photos on the table. Jiang Dao, get Xia Xia's nanny here. He paused and said, don't let Xia know about this. In Xia Xia's house, the only person who could come into contact with her was the nanny. The nanny was quickly brought to Mika Keto by Jiang Dao. She was in her 30s and came from the countryside. She looked honest and timid. When she saw Mika Keto's angry face, her legs began to turn to jelly. She said in a trembling voice, Mr. Beitang, why are you looking for me? Mika Keto threw the photos at her face. She hurriedly caught the photos. When she saw the photos clearly, she was so shocked that she fell to her knees and cried, Mr. Beitang, please let me go. I was forced to do this. Mika Keto looked down at her coldly. Speak. Who ordered you to do this? The nanny choked with sobs. I don't know. I don't know her. She covered her face. I only know she's a woman. She kidnapped my child and threatened me. She said she would kill my child if I didn't do as she said. She crawled to Mika Keto on her knees and grabbed his leg. She begged, Mr. Beitang, I beg you. Please let me go. I didn't do it on purpose. Mika Keto looked at her coldly. Don't worry. I won't kill you. You're still useful to me. More importantly, Xia Xia valued her a lot. If he killed her and Xia Xia found out, she would never forgive him. The nanny kowtowed gratefully. Thank you. Thank you. I'll do whatever you ask me to do. Mika Keto walked around her in disgust. Do you remember the voice of the person who ordered you to do this? Yes, yes. Mika Keto said a few words to Jiang Dao and then walked out of the surveillance room. Jiang Dao asked the nanny to sit in front of the surveillance screen. He pointed at Su Yunqian on the screen and said, listen to her voice. The nanny nodded hurriedly. Mika Keto walked into the living room. Bailey Han and Su Yunqian had been waiting for him for a long time. Bailey Han said calmly, I thought you wouldn't show up again. He had left the guest here for more than an hour while he stayed in the surveillance room. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to solve this problem once and for all, Bailey Han would have slammed the door and left. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I was dealing with something just now. Mika Keto apologized, but there was no apology on his face. Bailey Han was very unhappy. He said with a dark face, let's get to the point. We don't believe the words of the middleman. I firmly believe that this has nothing to do with Yunqian. Mika Keto sneered and turned to Su Yunqian. Miss Su, as a suspect, you have the right to say something to defend yourself. Su Yunqian smiled. I didn't do it. I believe that the innocent will find out the truth. I also believe that Mr. Beitang will find out the truth one day. As soon as Su Yunqian finished speaking, the nanny in the surveillance room shook her head. It's not her. The person who ordered me to secretly take pictures of Miss Xia is not her. Jiang Dao immediately walked out of the surveillance room and came to the living room. He whispered a few words in Mika Kito's ear. Mika Kito's eyes narrowed but quickly returned to normal. He looked at Su Yunqian and said calmly, one day. I'll give you one more day. If you can't find any new clues, I'll assume that Miss Su is the mastermind. Miss Su, I've said before that anyone who hurts Xia will not have a good ending. I don't care if she has a backer or not. Do you understand what I mean? This was a blatant declaration. If they couldn't catch the mastermind in one day, they would treat Su Yunqian as the mastermind and deal with her. Bailey Han's eyes turned cold and he exploded on the spot. Mika Keto, don't go overboard. Awesome novel, Songshu 566. Chapter 119. You'll find out soon enough whether I went overboard or not. Beitang Shen looked at him mockingly. Bailey Han, you're the one who trusted this woman too much. There's so much evidence in front of you, yet you still refuse to admit it. One day, you'll regret it. Bailey Han suddenly stood up, his anger skyrocketing. Su Yunqian quickly pulled him back and said softly, Han, don't be so agitated. Let's go back. After all, they were in someone else's territory. If they really fought, they wouldn't be able to get away with it. After sending off Bailey Han and Su Yunqian, Mika Keto contacted the best fighter, Lu Xing, and gave him a secret mission. That night, Lu Xing snuck into Su Xingqian's house and secretly recorded her conversation with the servant. He then stole her laptop while she was asleep. The nanny listened to Su Xingqian's recording and confirmed that Su Xingqian was the woman who threatened her to steal and film Xia Dong. Mika Keto found a hacker under her and cracked Su Xingqian's password. After entering her laptop, she found that this woman's innocent appearance hid such an ugly heart. There was a folder with a password that stored a lot of things related to Xia Dong. There were recordings, photos, and even videos from 5 years ago. Through the traces of her surfing the internet, she found that she paid special attention to Bailey Han and collected a lot of things related to him on her laptop. Looking at these things, Mika Keto couldn't help but suspect that Su Xingqian was the mastermind. Su Xingqian's obsession with Bailey Han had reached a morbid level, so she hated Xia Dong getting close to him. She hated Su Yunqian, who was about to marry him, so she planned this kidnapping to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. However, did Su Xingqian really have the ability to set up such a big trap? Mika Keto rubbed her brows. Jiang Dao suddenly came in and said, Boss, Suzaku wants to see you. In the basement, Suzaku and White Tiger had already washed the bloodstains off their bodies. They finally revealed their true faces, and the wounds on their bodies were also treated. Suzaku's cold and elegant face was expressionless as she said, Boss Beitang, I suddenly thought of something that might be of help to your investigation. Mika Keto looked at her coldly. Tell me. Godfather has a goddaughter. She paused and said, I overheard it by accident. That day, I went to Godfather's place to pick up a mission. It was Miss Xia's mission. I arrived earlier than the agreed time. I overheard him talking to someone and heard him call his precious goddaughter. After that, My godfather told me that Su Yunqian had issued a mission. Mika Kito raised her eyebrows. Suzaku continued, I didn't think too much about it, but now that I think about it, I feel a little strange. Why would my godfather tell me the employer's name? He knew it was against the rules. Mika Kito said indifferently, do you think it's because of the person he was talking to on the phone? Suzaku shrugged. I don't know. I'm just asking a question. I don't suspect anything. Mika Kito's gaze was sharp. Are you trying to tell me that Su Yunqian was framed by my godfather? Suzaku curled her lips, and her cold and elegant face immediately became beautiful. Boss Beitang, as a prisoner, I know my own situation very well. I won't play tricks to test your patience, and I won't risk my own life. I'm just telling you everything I know. Mika Kito's gaze was as sharp as a knife, coldly cutting her skin. She said word by word, that'd better be the case. Suzaku was not moved at all. She asked calmly, White Tiger and I have already told you everything according to the agreement. When will you follow the agreement and ensure the safety of our loved ones? I'll arrange for them to emigrate within this week. Emigrate? Suzaku's gaze turned cold. Emigrate to Japan? Mika Kito's eyes flashed with admiration. Not bad. You're very smart. Suzaku sneered. What a clever trick. You've tied up the people we care about and sent them to Japan. Aren't you afraid that we'll betray you? Mika Kito placed her hands on the table and looked down with a domineering aura like a king. I've never been worried that you'll betray me. Controlling your loved ones is just to make you more useful to me. Suzaku looked at the tall figure in front of her. Although she was angry, she was more impressed. This man was born with the wisdom and aura of a king. She said expressionlessly, deal. White Tiger and I agree to work for you, and you have to guarantee the safety of White Tiger's parents and Director Lin. Of course. Mika Kito was also expressionless. It was a long time later that Suzaku realized that after she and White Tiger hurt Xia Dong, they were able to escape unscathed and reach an agreement with Mika Kito. They were simply lucky. Of course, it was also at that time that she realized that if it weren't for the fact that they were still useful, they would have been thrown into the Tibetan Mastiff Zoo and fed to the mastiffs by Mika Kito. Suzaku and White Tiger officially joined the Senka group. Mika Kito considered that the godfather might take revenge on them and temporarily arranged for them to go to Japan to familiarize themselves with the gang's affairs. Of course, he also sent loyal subordinates to keep an eye on them to prevent them from playing any tricks. Now, it seemed that all the evidence pointed to Su Xingqian being the mastermind and Su Yunqian being innocent. Mika Kito was waiting. He was waiting for the one-day deadline to see what evidence Su Yunqian would produce to prove her innocence. The next day, accompanied by Bailey Han, Su Yunqian appeared in Mika Kito's office with a small box. She took out the contents of the box. There was a recording pen and a stack of photos. She bit her lip and seemed to be in a difficult position. Xingqian asked the servant to give me the recording pen. It contains what Miss Xia said in front of her mother's grave. As for the content, you will know once you listen to it. These photos were also sent to me by Xingqian. My assistant can testify. Mika Kito played the recording pen. The contents of the recording made his expression turn ugly. Bailey Han's deep eyes also moved. It was Bailey Han's first time seeing these photos. It was actually taken the night he was at Charming Club. At the time, Xiao Tianxing warned him that Su Xingqian was also at the club and told him to be careful. That was why he asked Xiao Tianxing to carry Xia Dong into the private room. He didn't expect Su Xingqian to sense that something was wrong and secretly took photos. Bailey Han looked at Su Yunqian. Why didn't you tell me that Su Xingqian gave you these photos? Su Yunqian bit her lip and forced a smile. I believe that there's nothing going on between you and Xia Dong. Xingqian must have done this to create a rift between us. Of course, I don't want her to succeed. Han, the reason why I kept this from you was because I didn't want you to think that I misunderstood you. Bailey Han didn't say anything, but secretly held her hand. Su Yunqian smiled slightly and looked at Mikakito. Mr. Beitang, weren't you curious why Xia Dong's photos had my fingerprints? I remembered that after Su Xingqian sent me the photos, she came to my office. She might have stolen the photos with my fingerprints. My assistant can testify that she came to my office. Mikakito's deep eyes stared at her as if he wanted to see through her. She maintained an elegant smile and was neither servile nor overbearing. Bailey Han took a step forward and confronted him. His gaze was as cold as water. I believe that Mr. Beitang will find out the truth and won't wrongly accuse an innocent person. Mikakito said indifferently, of course, I won't wrongly accuse an innocent person, and I won't let the real culprit go. Through the evidence, everything was as Su Yunqian said. Su Xingqian had sent the items in the box to her, and Su Xingqian had indeed been to Su Yunqian's office. Su Yunqian's suspicions were cleared, and Su Xingqian was now the prime suspect. Mikakito sneered. Su Xingqian, it doesn't matter if you're related to Xia by blood. If you dare to hurt Xia, I'll make you pay the price. At this time, Su Xingqian's mood was so good that she had nothing to say. This was because she had just spoken to her godfather. Her godfather had said that his two killers had been arrested by Beitang Shen. Moreover, Beitang Shen had obtained testimony from him. Su Yunqian's kidnapping of Xia Dong had been exposed. Su Xingqian didn't know that he and his godfather had teamed up to plot against Su Yunqian, but she had bitten back and dragged him into the water. He had become the target of Mikakito's revenge. Because she was in a good mood, she invited Bai Meiwei and Bailey Fei Yan to a nightclub to have some fun. The three of them drank and laughed together. Soon, a handsome guy came over to hit on her. Bailey Fei Yan, the love-struck girl, was the first to be seduced. The two of them hugged and danced on the dance floor. Another guy came over to hit on Bai Meiwei. Bai Meiwei already had someone in her heart, so of course she rejected him. She waved at Su Xingqian and said, I'm going to the washroom. Su Xingqian smiled and nodded. A handsome guy came over. His short hair covered his forehead, and his eyes were charming. He chuckled and said, alone? Su Xingqian also smiled. No, I'm with a friend. The handsome guy suddenly came in front of her. His handsome face was magnified, and she couldn't help but be stunned. Just as she was in a daze, the person beside her quickly put a white pill in her wine glass. The handsome guy's nose was already close to hers. She quickly pushed him away and blushed shyly. The handsome guy raised his wine glass and smiled ambiguously. You look like my first love. How about we toast to this coincidence? Su Xingqian blinked. Do you always use such lame excuses to get close to girls? Although she said that, she still picked up the wine glass on the bar and clinked it with his. The transparent liquid slowly flowed down her throat. The handsome guy's eyes were filled with complacency and ruthlessness. In less than a minute, Su Xingqian fainted. The handsome guy picked her up and quickly walked to the private room at the back. When Bai Meiwei came back, Su Xingqian had already disappeared. She squeezed onto the dance floor. The music was deafening. She had no choice but to shout loudly. Bailey Fei Yan only heard her question. Bailey Fei Yan said that she also didn't see Su Xingqian. Bai Meiwei called Su Xingqian's phone, but it was turned off. She thought that she was drunk and went home first, so she didn't think much about it. Little did she know that Su Xingqian had already been forced to drink a strong aphrodisiac. Lying on the bed, she was surrounded by 3 naked men. Beauty novel, Xinwu 799. Chapter 120. So hot, so uncomfortable, Su Xingqian was forced to drink 2 large cups of strong alcohol mixed with aphrodisiac. Her whole body felt like it was on fire, and she lost all reason. She only knew that following her body's instinct, she tore off the clothes on her body. In a short 10 seconds, her whole body was only left with her underwear. So hot, so hot. Not enough, no matter how much she tried, it was not enough. Her eyes were blurred, and she took off the last bit of cloth on her body. Her soft and beautiful figure was immediately exposed in front of the three men. The three of them were all male prostitutes in this bar, and they were called to this private room by a mysterious client. The mysterious client told them that as long as they served the woman on the bed, each of them would receive a reward of 1 million. 1 million, ah, they never dreamed that they would have so much money. Even if they were facing an old and ugly woman, they were willing to do it, let alone this beautiful woman in front of them. Don't be afraid, Big Brother will soon make you not hot. Seeing Su Xingchen's coquettish appearance, one of the male prostitutes could not bear it anymore. His thing was already bulging up, and he impatiently pounced on her. He directly pushed her down on the bed, and tightly pressed her burning hot body. The other two male prostitutes were originally somewhat hesitant, but when they saw their companion pouncing on her, they were afraid of falling behind, so they also quickly pounced on her. They still remembered the mysterious person's words, to make her beg for mercy, to take the initiative to seduce them, to beg them. They were all experienced in love, and they were very familiar with a woman's body, and they were also very skilled. One of them used the tip of his tongue to kiss her ear, one of them crawled on her chest, wantonly playing with her softness, and one of them used his finger to explore her secret place. Ah! All of her body's sensitive points were under their control, and the strange pleasure wave after wave attacked the nerves in Su Xingchen's brain. She desperately twisted her body, moaning delicately, following her instincts to cater to their movements. The man under her legs suddenly stopped his movements, and his finger withdrew from her legs. Su Xingchen felt an unprecedented emptiness, and slowly floated up from her body. She impatiently twisted her body, her misty eyes were stained with mist, her cheeks were crimson, and she softly moaned, "Want, what do you want?" The person in front of her chest mischievously pinched her soft breasts, and the increased strength made her cry out involuntarily. Although it was a little painful, a strange feeling soon surged in her heart. She wanted more, but the three of them stopped moving. The unbearable pain spread in her body, and it was very uncomfortable. She tried her best to grab a body and rubbed against his chest, letting out comfortable moans. That person let out a deep laugh. "Kitten, I'll teach you how to play with yourself, okay?" He grabbed her small hands that were groping everywhere and placed them on her own soft hands. His palms covered hers, and he rubbed them gently at first before slowly increasing the strength. She quickly learned how to make herself comfortable and impatiently placed both her hands on him. "Don't be in such a hurry." That person smirked as he pulled one of her hands down and slid it down to her flat bottom. Then, he slowly slid his hand down, following the fragrant grass into the valley. Watching a beauty defile herself was a very erotic thing. The three of them were burning with lust and their mouths were dry. However, they didn't make the next move. They were waiting for an opportunity. After a while, Su Xingchen was no longer satisfied. She sobbed, "It's uncomfortable. I want." One of them crawled by her ear and bit her earlobe, bewitching her will. "What do you want? Do you want a man?" She didn't know. She shook her head in confusion, her eyes filled with tears. "Say, you want a man, you want a man." The man used a gentle and low voice to bewitch her. Every time he said it, his fingertips would fiercely press down. His body and lower body were already soaked. "Ah! I want a man." Su Xingchen, who was continuously teased and teased, was already sobbing. The fire in her body burned crazily, and all of her reason was burned to ashes. All that was left was lust. "Louder, I can't hear you." The man slightly raised his voice. "I want a man." Su Xingchen cried loudly. The three men looked at each other and smiled evilly. Following the violent movements of one of them, Su Xingchen let out a mournful scream. It was so painful. The snow-white sheets below her were stained with bright red blood. I didn't expect you to still be a virgin. The man worked hard, without the slightest bit of tenderness. The blood-curdling screams gradually turned into moans and groans. The good show had just begun. When Su Xingchen woke up, it was already the afternoon of the second day. Her whole body was in so much pain that it was as if someone had taken her apart and reassembled her. She blankly opened her eyes. In an unfamiliar room, she looked down. She saw that the bed was in a mess, and her naked body was lying on the bed. Her body was covered with bruises, and some kind of suspicious liquid. There was also a strange taste in her mouth. After being stunned for a few seconds, she suddenly crazily got up from the bed and staggered into the bathroom. Looking at her battered and exhausted self in the mirror, she wailed loudly. She didn't remember what happened last night, but she knew that her innocence was gone. While crying, she washed her body over and over again. When she came out of the bathroom, her skin was already red as if it was bleeding. There were no clothes in the room. She didn't dare to stay on the messy bed. She curled up into a ball and hid on the sofa, hugging her shoulders tightly with both hands. After about half an hour, she finally calmed down. Using the landline in the room, she called Bai Meiwei. In terms of relationship, she was closer to Bailey Fei Yan, but Bailey Fei Yan was a brainless woman. It was very likely that she would unintentionally expose this matter, so she chose the mature and intelligent Bai Meiwei. When Bai Meiwei received her call, she quickly took a leave of absence and rushed over from the hospital. She didn't ask anything and handed the clothes to Su Xingchen. After she changed and walked out of the bathroom, she held her hand and said softly, "Xingchen, I'll take you home." Su Xingchen sat beside Bai Meiwei. Her eyes were lifeless as she looked at the scenery outside the window. She said softly, "Meiwei, I was drunk last night and had a one-night stand with someone." Bai Meiwei said softly, "Don't think so much. Go home and sleep. You'll be the lively and cheerful Su Xingchen again." Su Xingchen smiled bitterly. "But I'm no longer worthy of Big Brother Han." Bai Meiwei didn't know how to comfort her, so she could only hold her hand. They didn't speak for the rest of the journey. Bai Meiwei sent Su Xingchen to the entrance of the villa. She wanted to accompany her in, but she refused. Bai Meiwei could only let her be. When Su Xingchen walked into the living room, she realized that the atmosphere wasn't right. Mommy, who was usually working at the company at this time, was actually sitting on the sofa with a gloomy expression. Daddy was sitting beside her with an ugly expression. Other than them, there weren't any servants in the living room. "Mommy, Daddy." Su Xingchen revealed a sweet smile and endured the pain as she walked in front of them. Xia Zhenqing sighed and turned his head away, not looking at her. Su Murong suddenly stood up and threw something at her feet. She angrily said, "Su Xingchen, look at what you've done." "Mommy." Su Xingchen was shocked by her sudden anger. She took a step back and bent down to pick up the thing on the ground. It was a CD. She tearfully said, "Mommy, what is this?" Su Murong angrily held her chest. "What is this? You still have the face to ask me what this is? Let me ask you, where did you go last night? Why didn't you come back last night?" I. Su Xingchen's expression became even more pitiful, but her brain was spinning rapidly. Could it be that Daddy and Mommy already knew what happened last night? This CD, could it be, "What about you, let me ask you, what did you do last night?" Su Murong was so angry that her whole body trembled. She pointed her finger at Su Xingchen's nose, her eyes overflowing with anger. "Wife, don't be so agitated, be careful of your body." Xia Zhenqing supported Su Murong. He looked at Su Xingchen and sighed, "Xingchen, how could you do such a thing, you've really disappointed us." "Daddy, Mommy, listen to me, I didn't do it on purpose, I was drunk last night." Su Xingchen was already sure that the CD was about what happened last night. She quickly grabbed Su Murong's hand and explained. Get out of the way, I don't have such a shameful daughter like you. Su Murong angrily shook off Su Xingchen's arm. Xia Zhenchen quickly said, Wife, don't be agitated, I'll help you upstairs to rest for a while. When he helped her upstairs, Xia Zhenchen turned around to look at Su Xingchen. Seeing her sitting on the sofa dejectedly, silently crying, he couldn't help but sigh. After her parents had gone upstairs, Su Xingchen sorted out her emotions and took the CD back to her room. She placed the CD into the CD player. The crazy and undignified scene caused her to sweep everything on the table to the floor in a fit of anger. Whatever bottles and cans, they were all smashed. After the anger, she tried to calm down. She knew that she was framed, and the other party sending the CD into her parents' hands was only the first step. She could almost imagine how she would face all kinds of eyes when this video was broadcasted on all the media and networks. Who was it that wanted to frame her? Her two biggest enemies, Su Yunqian and Xia Dong, could it be one of them? Su Xingchen sat on the sofa and carefully analyzed the situation. First, her laptop mysteriously disappeared. She thought that it was the work of an ordinary thief, so she didn't take it to heart. Now that she thought about it, maybe someone wanted to dig out something from her laptop, so they stole it. She nervously clenched her fingers. There were a lot of Xia Dong's stuff on her laptop. Was she the one who did it? She thought for a while and called Su Yunqian, Sister Su Yunqian, are you okay? Su Yunqian chuckled, what can happen to me? Instead, you, Xingchen, have to be careful. Be careful that Mika Keto comes looking for you for revenge. Mika Keto is a vengeful man. Su Xingchen's body stiffened, Sister Yunqian, what do you mean? Su Yunqian kindly reminded her, you know what you've done, my dear cousin Xingchen. She wanted to frame Su Xingchen, but unfortunately, her skills weren't good enough and she got herself into trouble. Attention, Xinwu 799. Chapter 121. Su Xingchen ended the call and bit her lip. She began to confirm that her plan with her godfather had failed. If Su Yunqian was really treated as a suspect by Mika Keto, she wouldn't be so arrogant. With Su Yunqian's methods, she must have bitten her back. So, she was actually being taken revenge by Mika Keto. Su Xingchen scratched the leather sofa with her nails. There was a knock on the door. She took a deep breath and said softly, please come in. Xia Zhenchen walked in. His expression was still very ugly. Seeing the shattered glass on the floor, he sighed and said, Xingchen, your mommy is still very angry. Wait a few days for her anger to subside a little. Then you can have a good talk with her and ask for her forgiveness. Su Xingchen blinked. Her eyes were quickly covered with a layer of mist. She looked at him pitifully. Daddy, I was set up. I was at a bar with my friends last night and someone drugged my drink. Xia Zhenchen was very shocked. There's such a thing. Who set you up? She said with tears in her eyes, Mika Keto. You mean the CEO of Bo Ao Corporation, Mika Keto? Xia Zhenchen couldn't believe it. Wasn't Mika Keto Xia's fiancé? Why would he drug Xingchen? Yes, it's him. Why would he want to harm you? Su Xingchen lowered her head guiltily. Because I know that Xia Dong is my older sister and brother Han treats her very specially. So, I once insulted her verbally. When Mika Keto found out about it, he took revenge on me. Xia Zhencheng's body stiffened. After a long time, he said, you really only insulted her verbally? I've seen Mika Keto before. He doesn't seem like such a ruthless person. If he had only spoken ill of Xia, Mika Keto wouldn't have done something so overboard. Su Xingchen jerked his head up and looked at him in disbelief. Daddy, Xia Dong is your daughter. I'm also your daughter. Why are you biased towards her? I really only said a few bad things about her, and Mika Keto happened to hear it. Xia Zhencheng pinched his eyebrows. Someone sent a CD to our house this morning. I'm worried that Mika Keto will do something else. Daddy, he won't let me go. Su Xingchen grabbed his arm, his face full of anticipation. Daddy, I beg you. Go and plead with Sister Xia Dong. Ask Mika Keto to return my things and let me go, okay? Xia Zhencheng looked troubled. Xingchen, it's not that Daddy doesn't want to help you, but... Xia hates me. She doesn't want to see me at all. Su Xingchen burst into tears. Mika Keto will definitely leak the CD. I don't have the face to live anymore. As she spoke, she suddenly stood up and ran to the window. She quickly opened the window and looked like she was going to jump out of the window. Xia Zhencheng hurriedly ran up and grabbed her arm. Xingchen, calm down. We'll think of a solution. Su Xingchen burst into tears. What else can we do? Mika Keto won't let me go. I'll just die. Then I won't embarrass you. She struggled hard, trying to pry his hands off her. He desperately held onto her arm and gritted his teeth. Okay, I promise you. I'll go find Xia and ask her to persuade Mika Keto. Su Xingchen's lips curled into a smug smile. She turned around and hugged Xia Zhencheng, crying her heart out. Daddy, okay. Don't cry. Hurry up and get down. Xia Zhencheng's heart was in his throat. He carefully helped her down from the railing. Xia Dong came out of the company building and was about to go to the parking lot to get her car when she was suddenly stopped. She looked coldly at Xia Zhencheng, who was standing in front of her, and said coldly, Xia Zhencheng, didn't I make myself clear? I don't want to see you. Xia Zhencheng looked embarrassed and pained. I'm sorry. I didn't want to disturb you, but... Xingchen, something happened. I need your help. She looked at him coldly. Help? How do you want me to help her? She sounded very calm. Xia Zhencheng thought that she would listen to him, so he quickly explained, I heard from Xingchen that she once said, some things that hurt you. Mika Keto found out about it, so Mika Keto took revenge on her by filming some indecent videos of her. She hopes that you can persuade Mika Keto to destroy those videos. Xia Dong was almost in awe of herself. She could actually laugh after hearing what he said. She raised her eyebrows. So, Su Xingchen told you that the way she hurt me was by saying some bad things about me? Xia Zhencheng nodded, not understanding what she meant. Xia Dong laughed out loud. So, you believe her? Xia Zhencheng hesitated for a moment but still nodded. Xia Dong clapped her hands. That's so touching. Thank you for letting me know what father-daughter love is. She suddenly stopped smiling and said coldly, Xia Zhencheng, it's obvious that you don't know what your good daughter has done. I don't want to waste time explaining it to you. I won't help you with anything because this is what Su Xingchen deserves. Xia Zhencheng was stunned. Although he doubted Su Xingchen's words, he still believed that she was kind-hearted and wouldn't do anything evil. But now, he was shaken. Xia Dong didn't look at him anymore. She walked past him and headed to the car without looking back. Xia Zhencheng stood there in a daze for a moment. He suddenly turned around and ran after her. He grabbed her arm and begged, Xia, no matter what Xingchen has done, she's still your sister. Take it as Dad begging you to destroy those videos. Otherwise, she'll be ruined. Xia Dong sneered. She's not my sister. My mother only gave birth to one daughter, me. Xia, she pulled her arm away and was about to leave. Xia Zhencheng panicked. He suddenly knelt down and said with red eyes, Xia, Dad is begging you. Don't ruin Xingchen. She's still young. If you have any resentment, take it out on Dad. Xia Dong was stunned and took 2 steps back. No matter how calm and emotionless she pretended to be, her heart still hurt when she saw her own father kneeling in front of her for another daughter. Her hands trembled as she tried to control herself from helping him up. Xia xia. He looked like he had aged in an instant. She couldn't bear to see him crying. She wanted to run away, but her arm was tightly held by him. Many passers-by looked over and pointed at them. She bit her lip and turned her head away, not wanting to look at him. Her eyes were covered with a layer of mist. Mr. Xia, please don't do this. A man's voice suddenly sounded in Xia Dong's ears. She turned around and saw Xia Zhensheng being pulled up from the ground by a man in a suit and black-rimmed glasses. It was Lu Xing. Xia Dong quickly wiped the corners of her eyes and said to Lu Xing, if this man comes close to me in the future, treat him as a suspicious person. Understood. Lu Xing felt guilty and nodded. Because Xia Zhensheng was Miss Xia's father, he gave him special privileges and allowed him to get close to her. He didn't expect him to do such an irrational thing in public and make her the focus of attention. Xia, don't go, Xia. Xia Zhensheng chased after Xia Dong with his face covered in dirt, but he was stopped by Lu Xing. He said expressionlessly, Mr. Xia, Miss Xia doesn't want to see you. What should I do? Xingqian's matter hasn't been settled yet. What if she takes things too hard and does something stupid again? Xia Zhensheng watched Xia Dong's car drive away and his mind was filled with Su Xingqian's safety. Daddy, how did it go? Is sister willing to help me? Just as he was thinking, Su Xingqian called. Her voice was soft and sounded uneasy. Xia Zhensheng sighed. Xingqian. Xia didn't agree. I planned to go to her house to look for her, but I didn't know her address. I followed her car and lost her in less than 10 minutes. Xingqian, tell me honestly, have you done anything wrong to her? Xingqian burst into tears. I don't want to live anymore. I don't have the face to live anymore. Daddy, Mika Keto won't let me go. He will definitely let the whole world see that video. Xia Zhensheng heard a loud bang from the other side of the phone. He was so shocked that his body trembled. He said sternly, Xingqian, what are you doing? Don't do anything stupid. At the same time, Su Murong's screams came from the other side of the phone. Xingqian, put down the broken vase. Ah, there's blood. Someone, call an ambulance. Xia Zhensheng's heart clenched. His whole body was tense as he shouted, Xingqian, don't be rash. Put down the broken vase. Daddy will promise you anything. I'll go and look for Xia right away. Su Xingqian sobbed. But you don't even know where she lives. How are you going to look for her? It's okay, I'll think of a way. Xia Zhensheng quickly coaxed her gently. Xingqian, Gigai, put down the vase in your hand and listen to me. I'll think of a way. Plop. It was the sound of something being thrown to the ground. Xia Zhensheng heaved a sigh of relief. On the other end of the phone, Su Murong rushed over and said anxiously, Xingqian, let mommy take a look at your wound. Mommy, I'm sorry, Su Xingqian said pitifully. Then, she sobbed, Daddy. Xia Zhensheng comforted her gently. Xingqian, it's okay. Daddy will think of a way. After hanging up the phone, he suddenly remembered that he still had a place to go. It was the kindergarten. Xia would bring the children home every day. By the time he arrived at the kindergarten, Xia Dong was already gone, and the children had all left. He punched the iron gate with all his might, unwilling to give up. After overcoming her drug addiction, Xia Dong lay lazily on the bed and stared blankly out the window. Mika Keto patted her head. What's wrong? Are you in pain? She looked into his eyes. Brother Shen, tell me, how did you take revenge on Su Xingqian? Mika Keto had told her that Su Xingqian was the mastermind, but he didn't tell her how he would take revenge. Beauty novel, Hung Cha 866. Chapter 122. Mika Keto pursed his lips. Are you sure you want to know? She nodded firmly. Brother Shen, I know what you're capable of. My psychological endurance is already very strong. I'll take that as a compliment. The corners of his lips curled up, but his words were cold and heartless. I'm just giving her a taste of her own medicine. Last night, I arranged for 3 male prostitutes to serve her and filmed the entire process. Also, I gave her an unexpected surprise. Of course, Xia Dong knew what it meant to serve her. She felt a little sorry for her, but when she thought about how Su Qingchen had hired a hooligan to molest her 5 years ago and even uploaded a video online, causing her to be unable to return home, her pity dissipated. An unexpected surprise? What's that? Bei Tangshan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Drugs. I want her to experience the pain of being addicted to drugs. Xia Dong couldn't help but shiver when she thought of the pain. Mika Keto sensed it and stared into her eyes. Do you think I'm scary? Everyone in the world could be afraid of him, but she couldn't. She was stunned. She hugged his arm and mumbled, Brother Shen, in my heart, you'll always be the gentle and considerate Brother Shen who dotes on me and cherishes me. The reason why you treated Su Xingchen like this is because she hurt me first. Mika Keto hugged her tightly, but he was very careful to protect her abdomen. His meticulous care made her feel deeply touched. She lay in his arms and asked softly, Brother Shen, what do you plan to do about that video? He stroked her hair. I know that Xia Zhensheng went to see you today. I want to know your thoughts. Xia Dong was silent for a long time before she said slowly, I never wanted to hurt anyone, but they always forced me. I'm not a saint. I won't let Su Xingchen off so easily. She looked down and stroked her abdomen. How could she be so cruel? Not only did she hurt me, but she also wanted to harm my child. She injected me with drugs and wanted my child to be abnormal from the moment he was born. Her voice was choked with sobs as she spoke. She closed her eyes as if she had made an important decision. Brother Shen, I want her to know that she has to pay the price for hurting my child. Mika Keto rubbed his chin against her hair and said softly, I won't let her off. An hour ago, I had someone post the video online. Xia Dong looked up in shock. She saw tenderness in his eyes. She finally understood. She couldn't help but to cries. She's S. He smiled. So, you don't have to feel guilty. I was the one who posted the video. Even if you have to face Xia Zhensheng, you don't have to feel guilty. Xia Dong hugged him. She couldn't help but cry. The Su family. When Xia Zhensheng returned home, he saw a furious Su Murong and a sobbing Su Xingchen. Su Xingchen's right wrist was still bandaged with blood. He sat on the sofa helplessly. In the end, I still couldn't find Xia Dong's house. In front of Su Murong, he would never call his daughter by her nickname. There's no need for that anymore. Su Murong flipped the laptop over and pointed the screen at him. She said sternly, look at what this is. Xia Zhensheng only took one look and his body froze. It was Su Xingchen's indecent video. It had already gone viral on the internet. Now, not only will Xingchen be humiliated, but our entire Su family corporation will also be in trouble. Su Murong could almost imagine the tragic sight of the stock prices falling. She held her forehead and was in pain. Su Xingchen cried sadly. Mommy, what should we do now? Su Murong tried hard to calm her anger. With a sullen face, she said, Hubby, help me get the phone. I want to talk to Xiao Qifeng. The Xiao family was a media tycoon and had a lot of influence in the industry. She wanted him to help block the related media and television reports. Just before Su Murong called Xiao Qifeng, he had already received news from the television station and ordered the news to be banned. Su Murong was naturally very grateful. Su Murong used the Su family's influence and connections to get through all the key points. All the newspapers and television reports were banned. However, the internet was not something she could stop alone. A portion of the video was deleted, but another batch appeared. Su Xingqian personally experienced how Xia Dong felt when she was forced into a desperate situation. However, this was just the beginning. Just as Su Murong was busy using her connections to get rid of the indecent video, her drug addiction kicked in. Xingqian, what's wrong? When Xia Xingqian realized that something was wrong with her, her whole body was already trembling with tears and snot flowing out. Soon, her hands and feet were convulsing and she was foaming at the mouth. Xia Xingqian was so scared that he quickly called the hospital's emergency number. The ambulance soon arrived and took Su Xingqian to the hospital. After the doctor checked, he said, "Mrs. Xia, Mr. Xia, the patient's drug addiction kicked in." Drug addiction kicked in. Su Murong's vision turned black and she almost fainted. Xia Xingqian quickly held her and asked anxiously, "Doctor, my daughter has never been addicted to drugs. How could her drug addiction kick in? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" The doctor shook his head helplessly. "We've already checked very carefully. There are 2 needle holes on her arm. They should be left behind by injecting drugs." Xia Xingqian felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Su Murong slowly recovered and analyzed, someone must have deliberately injected drugs into Xingqian. Could it have happened last night? Maybe this was Xia Dong's doing. Xia Xingqian was helpless. "Honey, don't think too much. Saving Xingqian is more important." Su Murong snorted coldly. Are you still thinking about your daughter? At the end of the day, you still can't bear to part with her and her mother. Xia Xingqian gritted his teeth and said, "I'm not. If it wasn't for Xingqian, I wouldn't have gone to look for Xia Dong. Honey, we've been married for so many years. Why don't you believe me?" Su Murong stared at him for a while until he felt scared. She suddenly frowned and said, "Forget it. Xingqian is more important now." The husband and wife returned to Su Xingqian's ward. Seeing her suffering from drug addiction, they felt like their hearts were being cut by a knife. The doctor injected her with drugs to suppress the toxicity, but it didn't have much effect. Xia Xingqian was burning with anxiety and asked, "Doctor, how did this happen?" The doctor was sweating profusely. "The drugs injected into her body are too strong. The detoxification drugs in the hospital won't work on her." "Then what should we do?" "Let's send her to a specialized detoxification center. Maybe they'll have a way." Su Murong didn't want to send Su Xingqian to a detoxification center. If news of her drug addiction spread, her reputation would be ruined and the entire Su family would be humiliated. However, when she saw her daughter suffering from drug addiction, she couldn't harden her heart. In the end, she had no choice but to send her to a detoxification center. Half an hour later, Su Xingqian pulled through and fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up and found out that her parents wanted to send her to a detoxification center, she crazily shook her head. "No, I don't want to go. Mommy, Daddy, I beg you. Don't send me there." In her mind, a detoxification center was as scary as a prison. She didn't want to go there. Su Murong held her hand. "Xingqian, Mommy doesn't want to send you there either. But the doctor said that the drug in your body is too strong. Their drugs won't be able to suppress it. If we send you to a detoxification center, there might be hope." "No, I don't want to. Mommy, a detoxification center is too scary. There are drug addicts everywhere. Don't send me there. There must be a way." Su Xingqian's eyes were filled with tears as she pitifully begged. However, Su Murong had already made up her mind. No matter what, she couldn't persuade her. Su Xingqian could only pretend to agree. After her parents left her room, she immediately changed her SIM card and called her godfather. After the call connected, she burst into tears. Her godfather was extremely anxious. He thought that she was sad because of the video online, so he quickly comforted her. "Baby, don't cry. Godfather is already thinking of a way to deal with those videos. Don't worry. Godfather will definitely help you vent your anger." Su Xingqian cried until she couldn't speak coherently. Godfather. I'm finished. I'm addicted to drugs. Her godfather was shocked. Addicted to drugs? What happened? Boo-hoo, I don't know. Maybe someone injected me with drugs last night. Godfather, what should I do? The doctor said that the drug is very strong. Even the drugs can't suppress it. Am I going to be like this for the rest of my life? Boo-hoo. Baby, don't worry. Godfather will think of a way. Her godfather was quick-witted. He knew that Mika Keto had treated Xingqian as the mastermind behind the incident that hurt Xiaodong. That's why he wanted to give her a taste of her own medicine. The drug that he injected into Xingqian was most likely the same one that Su Yunqian injected into Xiaodong. The godfather thought that he wouldn't be able to get any benefits from Bei Tangshen, so he might as well start with Su Yunqian. Since she had drugs, she might also have drugs for detoxification. Even if she didn't have drugs for detoxification, he could still get samples from her and quickly develop detoxification drugs. When Su Yunqian received her godfather's call, she was at the old Bailey mansion. Tonight, she followed Bailey Han back to the mansion to visit old madam and old master. She chatted with old madam for a while and was about to return to her room when she received a call from an unknown number. She sneered. Godfather, how dare you call me? She answered the call as she walked towards the secluded balcony. Her godfather's deep voice came from the other end. Miss Su, good evening. Su Yunqian didn't say anything. She walked to the balcony. The balcony was spacious, and there were rattan chairs and potted plants. She glanced around and saw that there was no one around, so she sat down leisurely. Only then did she reply, Godfather, I'm really honored that you still remember me. Add Songshu 566. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.